some point I might want to put my feet up because I'm just
So,
get so relaxed
gotta
with you
get back
guys.
to
It'll
that
feel like I'm
now,
just at
or
home.
what? Yes, sir. Morning, everyone. I'd like to open our special board meeting, a workshop, something where we're all going to get educated today. Wednesday, September 10th. And if everyone would rise and join me in the pledge, appreciate it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. And I see we have a very large attendance of public today, but I will open the public forum. We would like to welcome the members of the public who have taken time to attend this meeting and provide comments on matters related to district business. Any member of the public may address the board relating to any matter within the board's jurisdiction. This section is for comments on items not listed on the agenda. Persons speaking during the public comment will be limited to 5 minutes, or depending on the number of persons, excuse me, wishing to speak, it may be reduced to allow all members of the public the opportunity to address the board. While no action or discussion may be undertaken by the board on topics presented in this section, board members are listening carefully to all those comments and appreciate your input. With that, please don't everybody run over everybody to get to the podium. All right. Seeing none, we'll close the public forum. Melissa.
Okay, regular business, governance foundations workshop.
All right, well, I guess I'll kick this thing off a little bit. So first of all, thank you all for taking time out of your very busy day. I know that firsthand. We've got a lot going on here, but this is just another opportunity, I think, for us, for staff and the board to get together and go through this exercise as a team, building on that front as being a team. This governance training is important. I think we have some newer board members and some newer staff that maybe haven't been a part of this, including myself. So I'm looking forward, to doing this. And Melissa and Corey are here, and you're active participants today. So please participate. And you want to introduce Hillary for me?
That's right. That is it. That's right.
But his day job, and but he also and does things others. So Hillary got hooked up through Misty the training, and then we followed on kind of talk about what out and or but we're very excited. Hillary and I hope going, but
Well, great. Thank you, Abby, Don, and members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here, and staff. It's really a pleasure and a privilege. I have been working in local government for 30 years, and I'm at a point in my career where I get to work on passion projects, and this is a real passion for me, is going back and looking at some of the fundamentals about what we're doing, how we're doing it, and why, and where it all comes from. And so I'm going to take you through a magic carpet ride today through local government, and I think you'll find it kind of fun and interesting. My general attitude about anything training days, whether it's a day like today or you go to a conference like the CSDA conference, is that even if you just get like one nugget that's valuable and useful, it was a good day. I can all but guarantee you're going to get more than one nugget today. So some stuff will be fairly foundational and kind of a revisiting of things that you already knew, but it will be grounding for you. And then some things will be new. And what I've tried to do in looking at the core curriculum here is plus it up a little bit with some, experiences and some thoughts for best practices to consider. Also with the caveat that there's not always one right way to do things. There are many paths to greatness. So I will try to highlight some of those for you as well. I don't necessarily present all of the things that I present as best practices as this is the way. This is a way, or a variation of the way can be adapted for your use. We very healthily plagiarize among each other in local government because so much of what we do is being done by our fellow agencies. And so why reinvent the wheel? So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. And I think our technology person will share their screen. And so up on the screen will be the PowerPoint that you have a hard copy of here. And I'm assuming we'll see that up here. Is that correct? So we'll wait for that to happen. Just in case there's somebody in their pajamas over their coffee wanting to watch this with their cameras turned off, hopefully. Okay. All right, great. So this is the first of what will be, is it actually a 4-part series that CSDA has put together, and we'll highlight that in an infographic. But this presentation also sits on its own, and it's called Building a Foundation for Good Governance, or is what I like to call Local Government 101. So we'll move to the next slide. Okay, and then you can just advance all of those all the way to the bottom. So as far as the topics that we're going to cover today, we'll do a little bit of a warm up and a welcome. We'll go over some of the program overview and expectations, and we'll show you how this curriculum is actually part of a larger Special District Association curriculum with the 4-part series as part of the Special District Leadership Academy. Then one of my favorite parts, I am very much a history nerd, and I especially love presidential history. So I've found the way to weave at least 2 presidents into this presentation. So that'll be kind of fun. So we'll give you a little bit of history and background as to why we are structured the way we are in the form of government that we have here, which is essentially a board GM form of government, is modified from council manager form of government at the city side of things. And then we will talk about some foundational topics about what are boards and how did they get here, why think about governance, how do boards achieve a unity of purpose, not a uniformity, a unity of purpose, and we'll talk about the difference between the two, process and steps your board can take to build a unity of purpose, and then we get into some fun stuff, qualities and skills of effective directors, and how boards carry out their mission effectively. And on the how you carry out your mission effectively, we get into some staff level issues too, which will be kind of fun. So we end on kind of a high note. And then as far as housekeeping goes and talking with Abby, this is sort of the general plan here. We'll go till about 9:50 and then we'll pause and take a break because I don't know about you, but certainly I've had some cups of coffee this morning. So it would be good to have a brief pause for about 10 minutes or so. And then as I understand it, we're going to go a little bit early on lunch today, about 11-ish. Okay, so as soon as lunch is ready, Abby will give me the signal here. And then we'll pause there. And I think we're going to go 35 minutes for a lunch. And you certainly are welcome, I guess, to bring back your food here if we want to get started and you're still eating. And then we'll look around 12:50-ish or so for another pause in case needed. And I think the plan is to try to wrap up around 1:30. It could stretch to 2, but it's really up to you how much input you want to provide in Q&A. You can stop me along the way, or we can also have some Q&A at the end, or both. So please feel free to do so. There is some level of informality here that we should feel comfortable with, because if you just have a thought to add to the thought that was presented, that would be a value add. So feel free. Okay, with that, any questions or comments before we get started? All right, then let's do it. Next slide, please. All right, and then if you can keep going there. There we go. So that handsome gentleman with the clarinet is my now deceased father. That is my father, and I like to open up with a little bit of a warm up, which is to say that uh, my father, who was a math teacher by day, and he played clarinet in the Oakland Symphony by night. He was one of those math music people that has that connection there. He had some fairly impactful sayings that he'd drop on me. And one of them was, you know, Hillary, I have found that the older I get, the dumber I get. And I can prove it to you. And so he laid out this little equation. He said that your smarts equals that which you know divided by that which you become aware of in the world. And let's face it, the older we get, we find out how finite our knowledge really is as we get older and how the full body of knowledge around us is exponentially growing. And so for you math folks, of course, if that which you become aware of is the denominator and the denominator is outstripping the numerator, what is the value of the fraction doing? It's getting smaller, so you are getting dumber. I am getting dumber. So with that, some humility and an open mind and an open heart, we will learn and laugh together today. All right. So again, I want to welcome you to this presentation. And one thing I'd love to know about is if we could just go around the room, starting with Carol. How many years have you been on the board, and why did you run for your board seat? Sock it to me.
4 months.
Welcome. And
Thank
have you
you.
done any community leadership or community service? Have you been on a homeowners association board, or have you been on a nonprofit board, or any of the sort?
I am the president currently of my homeowners association. I've also been on another water board prior to this several years ago. So yeah, I think I've done a little.
All right, so you're not a newbie to this
No.
thing. You might be a newbie here, but you're not a newbie. And if you've been a homeowners association board president and you decided to do more community service, holy mackerel, because I have been on a homeowners association board, and all I'm going to say is never again.
2 terms, yeah.
You are clearly a resilient individual and must be very even tempered. Great. Good morning.
Board since, been on the board since April of 2023.
Okay.
Got thrown into the mix a few days before we sent out our Prop 216,
218.
218 letters. So that was quite a tumultuous, opportune time to be part of it. I came to the board because I love my county. I've been resident since 79. Met my wife and Nady and raised my 3 kids and 7 grandkids. And just want to do what's best for my family.
Right on. And have you done any community service or sat on a board of any type, like a nonprofit or HOA or anything?
During my consulting, I was involved in consulting for healthcare facilities, and I served on a state board for called the Building Safety Board for reviewing building codes and hearing variances, people requesting variances from regulation.
Excellent. So both of you, though relatively new to TUD, have some good board experience, some good leadership. Very good. Thank you. Ron.
Yes, good morning. I don't want to bore you. I don't know where you want me to start. I'll just say that I guess I've been on the board about 12, 13 years, something like that. Been involved with TUD much longer than that, but what do you want to know?
Well, you said you've been involved with TUD. Did you come from the staff, or do you have a operations background, or?
Back quite a number of years ago, TUD was going to have a rate increase. So I looked at this notice in the newspaper and I said, no way, the rates are too damn high now. So I came to the board meeting and I let them know that I thought that was out of line. And so they promptly, the next meeting, voted in the rate increase. And I went to the podium again and I said, well, shame on you folks for having raise the rates, but shame on me for not paying attention for all these years. So now you're gonna have to look at this ugly mug every meeting from here on out. That's the way it's been.
And now you're inside the tent,
Yeah,
looking out versus outside the tent looking in.
that's it.
Is the view different?
Excuse me?
Is the view a little different now?
Well, I think that goes without saying.
Well, good on you. And had you ever been involved with, a board setting of any type any other facet of your life or?
That's what I was warning you about. You know, I don't want to bore you, but I've been on the Board of Supervisors Planning Committee, been on the Tuolumne County Planning Commission. I don't know, I can go on and on.
But this has been your favorite board, right? And favorite organizational setting.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
You have to admit, working for an enterprise funded utilities can be a fun experience. It's a little
Really?
more stable. It's a little more stable, isn't it? It's a little more stable. Sure. Well, thanks, Ron. Again, another seasoned pro here, so this will be fun. I think for you guys, there'll be a lot of fun revisiting of stuff and like aha moments and some probably fun stories to share too. Well, good. Jeff.
Yeah, good morning, Hillary. I've been on the board about 7.5 years, I guess. And been involved in the water industry here in Tuolumne County for a long time, 40 plus years. My family owns a small water company here.
Sorry, a what company?
A small water company.
A water company.
Yeah.
Oh, how interesting.
Yeah, so just very small, 540 customers.
Uh-huh.
But, been around that my whole life. In another career, I served on the California Land Title Association. Was president in 1718.
Okay.
And then I've served on some other boards here locally, Chamber of Commerce, a few others. So
Outstanding. Very good. Well, good to meet you, Jeff. Thanks.
thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what's
That's
that?
a good point. Thank you, Don. My father was on this board or on one of the precursor agencies, was on this board back in the 70s. And so they built the treatment plant that we just replaced. So I've had kind of a little bit of fun with him on that.
So good institutional knowledge and history there. Oh, that's great. Very good, Jeff.
Thank you.
And the other Jeff. It's like, here's my brother Larry and my other Daryl and my other brother Daryl.
Jeff's, Carol's, everybody.
Yeah, Larry and Daryl.
I've been here 10 months, actually about a year and 10 months. The same thing happened to me that happened to Ron. I came to complain about my water rates, then stayed and watched for a year and then ended up on the board. So I'm glad to be here. I'm learning a lot. The awareness is growing, so we'll see how that goes.
Well, very good. And Jeff, did you have any other board or leadership experience that you could draw upon for this?
I did. Was in business for a lot of years. I had my own company for another 25 years. And I'm currently on a couple of other nonprofit boards and was at one time on a board for Alzheimer's group, and I was president of that for several years. So been around the boards.
Very good. Wow. All board members here have a lot of we, not I experience. So again, as we go over some of those foundational topics, this will be just a nice refresher for you. And happy to hear your stories as well along the way. So Don, how did you become the GM here? What's your background? Just a couple bullet points.
So I started, I've been here for 25 years, a little over, 25 years, 8 months and so forth.
How many minutes?
Yeah, who's counting? Started out in the operations department, water treatment, got promoted to superintendent, got promoted to operations manager, and then felt the need eventually to throw my hat in the ring to become the general manager.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my background.
And you've been GM for how long now?
4 years.
Very good.
Went by quick.
And the GM position, have you found it to be surprisingly different than the department head positions?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. When I was a department head leading to assistant city manager in my case, before I became a CM, until I became a CM and then later a GM, you can really appreciate how unique the position really is. And we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
This,
Yeah, I'm pretty much non-political. That's just who I am. I could care
Right.
less how you vote or what. It doesn't, but one of my board members said, well, you threw your hat in the ring, you're gonna find politics now. And I thought I wasn't going to be, but there's a fair amount of
Right.
political.
Well, what we say is we try to be non-political, but politically astute, because at the end of the day, we certainly want to make our bosses look good. For me personally, it just comes down to this. I just try to wake up every morning and say, how can I not piss off anybody at me today? So Abby, tell us a little bit about yourself and how you came into your leadership position in the organization.
Well, so I have been here almost 18 years, and I came from a completely different career, but had been a manager of a large program at an active adult community in Lincoln, so near you guys, and so worked with consultants and independent contractors and lots of my own staff and everything, but just a totally different field. But I had a tie with HR and safety, and when we started a family, I had a young 16-month-old and decided to come back up here. I grew up here, and so started in safety and HR here at the district. Learned a lot. I'm a learner, a sponge, so I want to know everything about everything. And so just really enjoyed it, enjoyed the staff here, and grew into an HR role. And now we've grown, and we do, under my belt is risk management, workplace safety, public outreach, legislative affairs, and all the like, and just enjoy working here. The people are amazing, and that's my favorite part of the job. So just continue learning, and we have a great board. I'm looking forward to today.
Outstanding, Abby. And you made a good choice leaving Lincoln. I used to work for the town of Loomis, and we used to call Lincoln Stinkin' Lincoln. Mhm. We were no growth, and Lincoln was like, we don't have enough growth. So it's turned into something else. And again, which is very interesting. By the way, not to pick on Eric here for just a second, but with a K. Engineer Eric. I can already see what. So I have a standing joke about HR versus engineering. I think HR is harder than engineering because actually engineering is 2 part science and 1 part art. Whereas HR is 2 part art, 1 part science, and it's the art part that's the hard part. Just remember that. So there you go. Yeah, thank you. All right. I don't care how many years I've done HR, and I've been in represented agencies and unrepresented agencies. Oh, it's just a lot of, you do what you can, right? And there's a lot of best practices, yes, but even then you can't control for all the chaos at times. There's just some of that. It's controlled chaos. But then there's the numbers that make the world go round. So
Yes, and I love numbers.
good to hear, Carolyn. Tell us about yourself.
There's a reason I'm not in HR. I love numbers. So, I'm Carolyn, and the 4 of these staff members, I think their combined experience here at TUD is close to a century. Close to a century. I don't
Impressive.
add much to that total. I've doing the numbers. I've only been here about 1.5 years. And so, but I've been in finance and accounting for about 20 years. And most recently, I was actually at another local, it's a community service district, Twain-Hart Community Services District, that did water and sewer, parks and recreation.
Oh, yeah.
For the
Lots of
town
funds
of
to be had.
Twain-Hart. And so they were somewhat related to TUD. We interacted. So that's where I was it was close to 11 years before joining the team.
Outstanding. So you come supercharged and ready to go.
Yes.
Wonderful. That is so good to hear. Look forward to your input today. Eric with a K.
Good morning, Hillary.
Morning.
Yeah, I've been here 20 years, 3 months. Started as an assistant engineer here, worked my way up, Just had, not from the community, but just had a passion for the public health mission of water, wastewater. Love the foothills, been here with my family ever since, and yeah, happy to.
Well, great. Very excited. And how long have you been in your leadership role here?
In this current role, nearly 10.
Oh, yeah. Okay, very good. So you've seen quite a bit then and participated in a lot of CIP work, no doubt.
Yes.
Cool. Welcome. And Eric with a C.
Good morning.
Hi.
I've been here 26, 27 years permanent. Started on the temp crew that we have every year and worked my way up through the ranks. Here we are today.
Very good. And how long have you been operations director?
3 years, 4 years. About the same as Don? Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
New challenges every day, huh?
Yes, there is.
Yeah. Well, very good. Well, I think all of you, from your different perspectives, coming around the table and working together as a team is super beneficial to have those different perspectives. And one of the things that I did when I took over from the GM who I succeeded, who had been with our organization for 40 years and GM for 30, that office that I took over had just a little pathway to get to the desk, lots of binders everywhere, bookshelves, and no place for anybody else but the GM and maybe one chair next to the desk for a visitor. So we gutted the office, shrunk the workstation by a lot, and added a table and put some TVs up where you can come in with your laptop and flash up and do group work. And the whole point was a lot more we space and a lot less me space. And in fact, when people come into my office, we really try to foster a pretty flat organizational cultural environment. I tell people, you're not coming into the GM's office, a throne room. You're coming into a team meeting space where I happen to have a workstation. Let's create stuff together. Let's work together. So that's a lot of what we do in the world that we work in today. And I'm sure that this organization is no exception. So I'm excited to laugh and learn with you today too. So, okay, let's go ahead and get a little bit more about me briefly. So I bring a background that's fairly broad. I am a generalist in my background. I didn't come up through the ranks from a subject matter expertise. I am an expert of nothing. I am not an engineer. I am not a finance person, an accountant, but I know enough, a little bit of enough to be dangerous about a lot. And that's what we generalists generally tend to be. I spent of my 30-year career in local government management, 2/3 of it on the city side of the house. So I worked my way up from being an admin assistant out of college in a town of Loomis next to Lincoln to becoming a city manager in Central California, to all the chairs practically in between up the ranks, cities that were ranging from small, medium, and large. And then I got smart about 10 years ago and said, that's enough of the city stuff. And I went over to the enterprise funded utility, and I've been at Citrus Heights Water since 2016 and 2015 and the general manager since 2016. And it's been a real pleasure. And my joke is my worst day at the enterprise funded utility is still better than my best day at a city. So I don't miss, I love police and fire, but I don't miss having to manage them and dealing with the risk involved in all of that. And I love being in a risk pool that I don't share risk with public safety. It's a lot cheaper. But they are certainly great people and they do good services. But I really enjoy the focus that we have in a single purpose, or in your case, it's a dual purpose special district, and it allows us to get a lot done. And it is less political. It depends on the nature of the agency and the organizational and community setting, but we're a minnow and a fish in an ocean. So in our case, we don't have to deal with a lot of the issues with grand juries and all the usual things that you see in communities that are different from the one I work in. So in any event, I now have time to be able to give back to the profession. And so this is a little bit of how I do this. My board is extremely supportive of this. They want us to be thought leaders in the profession. They want us to be able to share good stuff. And also for when I go visit various agencies like this and the wonderful tour that I just got, I also get ideas too. So it's mutually beneficial for all of us. Also, some of the input that you'll provide to me today might be a nugget that I might want to use. I might not use your name, but I will certainly use your good idea, and I look forward to that. So with that, we're going to skip over the let's get acquainted slide because we just did that. So we'll just go right past that slide. And we're going to start this one, cold open. This is what not to do.
I'll wait for a second.
It's not that fast.
Your lack of wanting to discuss this issue shows that you care about community nor our image. I said, not only have I received emails, this is not setting a good example. Any, not what I want, not why I bring. Nothing. I want to this acceptable. As president, that you're very much saying this is for use.
I was You don't have rights to what's not legal. This is not the second. What's not legal? On the back. Question is, why are you? That's the question. Question, why are you people sitting on this word? You represent.
That makes it.
Yes. No.
Yes. 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 No. No.
Wow.
Well, we've never sat through any meeting like that before, have we? That's probably an outlier, but on the other hand, I'm sure that in a long career, you've maybe had some shades of exciting adventure in public meetings. I'm sure sometimes it can get a little interesting, rate hearings, whatnot.
Can you tell us where this was?
I don't know specifically, but based on the accents, I'm going to guess the Chicago area. It sounds like a Chicago kind of an accent to me. But you know, it happens all over the place now and then. Imagine your homeowners association boards could be kind of fun. Pat stuck in the tree. I certainly had my fair share on HOA boards. Well, so anyway, that's just a fun, cringeworthy video. We have a few more for your pleasure today.
Oh, great.
Just to lighten the mood a little. But in any event, this next, if you'll just advance the slide, that'd be great. The next couple of slides are more or less what I would call a small advertisement that if you decide you like what you see today and you want more of it, CSDA does offer its Special District Leadership Academy, and it offers it in the fall in Northern California every year and in the spring in Southern California. This year, it's going to be October the 5th through the 8th in Redding. Normally, it's in places like Napa and the wine country and all of those kinds of places, but we do make an effort to try to reach further north to connect with our North State folks. And so it's going to be at this Sheridan Sundial Bridge, I think it's called. And it's, of course, near Mount Shasta and all of that stuff to see if you're interested. But then it includes all of the different modules that we'll highlight in just a second. So just on to the next slide, if we could.
If I might add, when I first came to the board, excuse me, it was suggested that I attend some of those.
Yes.
They were extraordinary. Extraordinary.
What, was I one of the trainers?
Yes.
Well then. But no, that's great. And you got to go to all the modules then. So you have that background to share. Yeah, that's great. So yeah, the goal of our academy is to provide our member agencies with knowledge and skills that will enable you to better understand your role in the district and function effectively as a team. So that is the goal. And I'm going to skip the next slide and go right to the infographic slide here if you want to just power through that. Yeah. So this is kind of a visual overview of the program that Glenn attended. So that box there to the left, that's what you're in today. That is the governance foundations training. And then after that, we have additional trainings on setting direction and community leadership, the board's role in finance and fiscal accountability. Carolyn, you'll appreciate that. And the board's role in human resources. And here's a newsflash, not much. We'll talk about that more later. But nevertheless, it's good for you to have a good grounding on, you know, some of the challenges and opportunities that Don, Abby, Carolyn, Eric, and Eric, you know, navigate at the operational and leadership level. So if you want to become a district of distinction, there's a way to do that. You attend the full academy, and then you can obtain 10 elective hours working with the CSDA staff, Meg Hemming, to get the credit, and then you can become a district of distinction, which is something then you can then trumpet out to your constituency that you have your A game. And that certainly can help when it comes times to making tough decisions about rates or a capital project that might be controversial or whatever that you need to do. Certainly builds goodwill and some good credit with your constituency. Any questions about that? So the next one's in Redding in October. You want to see more of me and my colleagues in a nice setting. Or there's the one down south too. My colleague, Scott Carroll, who is the general manager of the Costa Mesa Sanitation District, teaches this course down south. So with that, we'll move on to my favorite section, the history and the background. So how did we evolve into this board general manager modified form of government that we are operating in today? So the next slide. So actually, believe it or not, you could draw a straight line right back to the assassination of a president, President Garfield. So up until, from the very inception of our country, up until 1883, we operated under what we would call the spoils system, where office seekers would come and beg for an appointment, and or they would give a donation and get an appointment. I guess it's not all that different in some fashion at certain levels of government, but as far as local government is concerned, we still are benefiting from all of the progressive era reforms that came as a result of the Gilded Age excesses and the assassination of a president in the late 1880s, or in the 1880s and late 19th century. So what happened is, with the assassination of James Garfield, just several months after he had taken office by what was a disappointed office seeker, it really shocked the country into thinking, well, maybe we need to rethink how we staff up government. And so coming out of that was a big drive to professionalize and to create more merit-based appointments for the staff at public sector, starting at the federal level and then trickling on down. And the person who succeeded James Garfield is frankly one of my favorite presidents and doesn't get enough recognition. Chester A. Arthur, the guy with the big sideburns, the mutton chops. He came of age and obtained political power through that spoils system. He ran the customs house in New York, was very much part of that clique that was Boss Tweed and Tammany Hall and all that stuff. He was a real scallywag. And yet, his attaining the presidency, and then arguably there's some other presidents that would demonstrate this principle. You've heard that power can corrupt, but then there's also a counterpoint to that argument that power could cleanse. But one of my favorite authors, Robert Caro, who has authored all of these towering biographies of Lyndon Johnson, and he's 90 this year, and he's trying to finish the last book. So it's a race to the finish line here. His thesis is, after looking at Lyndon Johnson, that power doesn't corrupt and power doesn't cleanse. Power reveals, as in oftentimes people cloak what their real thoughts and agenda really are until they obtain power. And then when the mask comes off, when they have the power, you can see what they're really made of. And in the case of Chester Arthur, he played ball with all these folks like Roscoe Conkling and Boss Tweed who obtained political power. And everybody, I think, thought in the country that, oh, here we go again. We're going to go right back to the old bad way in the wake of the aftermath of the Garfield assassination. But in fact, what Chester Arthur did was, once he became president, he turned on everybody. And he pushed with Congress through the Pendleton Act of 1883, which created the civil service system, our first civil service system in this country. And again, that started a whole wave of reform through government that trickled down into local government during the progressive era from the 1880s and 90s into the 1920s, that culminated at the local level with the appointment of the very first city manager in Staunton, Virginia. He was a civil engineer, Eric, so you'd be proud of that. And that was in Staunton, Virginia. And that then birthed what we call council manager form of government, where you have the elected council that handles policy, and then you have them appoint a professional city manager who in turn appoints professional staff through a largely merit-based process. And so that's the historical origins of how and why you are structured the way you are today. So you can draw a straight line back to the assassination of a president. I think that's pretty cool. So we're going to skip the next slide. And we're going to look right here at this visual. So in what is board general manager form of government, there are clearly delineated roles and responsibilities between and among the different actors at different levels, if you will. And so this visualization I created just to sort of show sort of how things are laid out in terms of roles and responsibilities and who does what. So at the top of that pyramid is really policy, and you could even argue above the board members at the top there to the right is your constituents. They elect you. You are actually constituents yourselves, which I always have to remind our team about, that our board members, while they certainly do look out for our interests as an organization, in fact, they are customers themselves and constituents and owners' representatives, if you will. And in fact, this is a representative form of democracy that we are living in. It's not a direct form of democracy. And in fact, I worked for a council member who I think came up with a wonderful thought about board meetings. He said, you know, board meetings are not public meetings in and of themselves, because that would connotate direct democracy. Board meetings are business meetings that are held in public. They are business meetings that are held in public, and therefore the public can have a role to play, but they don't get to usurp and take over the meetings. This is a representative form of democracy, and you are the elected representatives. So there's a role, but it's a limited role for the public in as much as the conducting of your business meetings. Obviously, there's other statutory considerations, such as when you raise rates and things of that, where there's you know, defined roles for the public there too. But they are defined. And then I put the general manager at what I straddle the policy and operational line, because one thing that I don't know that is always really talked about is that while general manager and staff don't make policy, they certainly do have a role in the formation of policy. Because what do? They can research policy options and at times, if not often, make policy recommendations. Now, you as a board don't have to take those recommendations, and or you can provide direction back that might modify a recommendation, certainly. But at the end of the day, we are the hired help here, and we're here to help. We're here to support you in your mission. And so, you know, I always remind myself and all of us who become very vested in interests that we work on all day long, that at the end of the day, we are the hired help, here to support you. So as far as continuing on down the line, so, you know, policies shape programs. And so what are department heads? They are program managers. That's what they are. Abby is running an internal operations program, as is Carolyn. Eric is, you know, helping to oversee a program to help recapitalize and recapitalize your system. And Eric, with a C, is running the program to operate and maintain that system and try to extend its useful life as much as possible and research best practices on how to operate and maintain that system. So those are the programs, and these are your program managers. And there may be smaller programs at more of a divisional level, depending on how large you are, that report to the larger program managers. Then there's technical staff as you go down the line. There's projects that that are shaped by programs and help form programs, and projects range along a continuum from extremely complex, multifaceted, and multi-year, very simple and mundane type projects. And then there are tasks that make up projects. So that's sort of the division of work. And you can really visualize it and who does what. So you have, you know, customer service folks and technical staff and generalists, entry to journey level, senior and principal level folks who are at that task and project level. And then you have your division managers or supervisors handling smaller programs. And then your department heads who are program managers and your general manager. But you as a board typically only appoint 1 or 2 officers, your general manager and or your general counsel. And that's typically it. And then you hold those 2 officers to account for performance. And in practice, the way a general counsel works is while they report directly to the board, they really work very closely with the general manager and the staff team. And so it's really incumbent that they're not only technically proficient, but that they're good team players too with the staff, as well as good advisors to the board. That's a good general counsel. Any questions or comments about this infographic?
No, so just a follow up to the general counsel role.
Yeah.
And the general manager role.
Yeah.
I've heard some conflicting or in some of the training we've had. Is a general manager, obviously the general manager is hired by the board.
Right.
So the board technically only has one employee.
It depends. So most agencies, the general counsel also reports directly to the board and is appointed by the board,
Okay.
but not always. In some agencies, the general counsel is organized under the GM, and that's perfectly fine if that works for that agency.
Mhm.
I would say that's probably the exception, not the rule,
Mhm.
but it certainly can be. And in larger organizations, rather large organizations, general counsels can be in-house and have maybe even an assistant general counsel, but they may still work with some contract support to supplement. But most agencies, the general counsel firm is a contract firm, not an in-house employee, and generally reports to the board. That's been the overwhelming works. But in practice, the general counsel takes a lot of their day in and day out direction on what they're working on from the GM and the team, because it's understood that the GM and team are working within the policy footprint of the board. So that's how it works. And, it's also important to understand, and we talk about this, that both the general manager and general counsel work for the board, not individual board members. So that's another key component that we'll talk about a little bit too. But in practice, again, the general counsel takes their day-to-day workload from the general manager and the team.
What's the case for TUD? Who does the general counsel report to?
Rookie. I don't know. I really, we haven't, the subject hasn't come up. But I'll tell you, if I'm not mistaken, Jesse Barton, our legal counsel, and his firm has been with this district and with a version of the district for probably 60 years, probably longer than all of them.
Sure. So more than likely, I will say this, I think I'll take a leap here and saying that more than likely his contract was approved by the board. And unless it was specifically delegated by the board explicitly in the contract, technically the general counsel would report to the board. But like I said, in practice, the way it works in every agency that I've ever been in, including ours, they take their direction and their day-to-day workload and work program from the GM because they really can't, they cannot take it from individual board members, and board members aren't involved in the execution of policy. They're only board members are involved in the formation of policy, and then they delegate the implementation of policy to the GM. So in practice, that general counsel really, while ultimately is accountable to the board as the GM is, there is accountability to the staff too. If they fail to perform, I promise you the staff is going to have a conversation with the board about it. So, there's plenty of accountability there where the general counsel is not an island unto him or herself. Now, are there potential instances where, there might be a matter where the board, as a board, would seek direction, seek counsel, unintended, double entendre, from the legal counsel? Yes, there could be, particularly if there's a personnel matter related, to the GM's employment. But generally speaking, and with very few exceptions, the general counsel works with and through the GM and their team day to day. That's how it works in practice. And a non-team playing, non-performing general counsel is one who generally has a very short shelf life, because the GM, would typically and team come and have a frank conversation with the board about performance and or teamwork. So there's plenty of a horizontal and vertical accountability there. But, you might want to go back and take a look at that agreement and see how it's structured. Now, another thing I'll share with you too, before we dive into more basic concepts here with governance, is that you are not bound to simply have one general counsel. And what I mean by that is you can have a dream team if that's what makes sense for you in your case. In our case, we actually have a general counsel firm, Best and Krieger is ours, who handles our general government and our water-related legal. But we have a different legal counsel, Colantuno, Highsmith, and Watley, who do our employment practices counsel because they're really strong in that area. And we felt that they were stronger than BBK. So we have split out some of the roles and responsibilities to different firms. And we also have Lieber, Cassidy, and Whitmore on as a backup for employment practices. One, in the event that if we ever did have a union form, they are very strong on labor relations, and so we would have them there. Also, they have some great consortium membership stuff. Are you a member too? Yeah, that's really good. LCW is an excellent resource at low cost to provide some support. So the world is your oyster in that area. You can organize it under the GM. You can continue to have it as you are, but in practice, that general counsel really needs to work very effectively and be accountable with, to, at times, the staff in terms of the performance and of their duties. My other joke / truism about working with a legal counsel is so many agencies are what I describe as penny wise and pound foolish when it comes to working with legal. They're worried about the bill, and so they signal, don't use the attorney to the staff as much as possible. And boy, is that a mistake, especially in today's world. Whether it's, again, general government related issues, it's subject matter expert related issues to water and wastewater. And I've dealt with both, and, wastewater, frankly, dealing with the state with wastewater is not fun. It's way more, they got you, we're out to get you mentality than it is with water. Water's a lot better. There's much more of a let's help you, kind of a get to yes mentality with water. So having that legal assistance is invaluable. And, I don't have to talk to you about employment practices, right, Abby? And do you all have union representation here? Okay, so you have bargaining. How many bargaining units do you have? One. So, when you have labor relations and you have, HR and employee relations issues, it is really important that you hug your attorney frequently and often, because you can pay them a little bit now, or you can pay them a lot more later on the back end. So just be thinking about that. Okay, any questions or comments or thoughts? No, all right, let's keep going. How are we doing on time? We're good. Okay. So now we're going to get very basic. We're going to go back up into the treetops. And again, some of these things are going to be very, very revisiting kind of things for you all, but that's fine, because I will sprinkle in some real world fun stuff to bring all these concepts to life. So moving on into the next slide, and we'll just advance all the way to the bottom of the slide there. Okay, very good. So it all starts with the public. Your district started with a community that had a need, and its members wanted services to fulfill the need. And in your case, you were the byproduct of two agencies that came together through consolidation. So you do so by initiating a local government to provide that service. That's your mission. You have a mission statement? What is it? Does anybody know it? Can anybody recite it? Excellent. That's the right answer. All right. And then they delegate the responsibility and authority, that is our constituents, to a board to carry out the mission and oversee a new local government and its activities. And of course, we just talked about this, representative democracy, and how that's really the model here in this country and right here in this local government, and that you and your board meetings are business meetings in public. Next. So the governing body of the organization elected, or in this case elected, and you are an independent special district. There's also dependent special districts that are out there. Dependent special districts are oftentimes formed as an offshoot of the county, where their boards members are appointed by county board of supervisors and or their budget has to be ratified by a county board. That is not the case here. You have independent authority. But they do exist as dependent or independent. And your board, of course, sets a vision, establishes goals to achieve that vision. I understand from Don, you have a strategic plan. Excellent, very good. You carry out your mission by establishing and then overseeing the new government's, local government's activities. You adopt ordinances, policies, and procedures, and you adopt a spending plan that Carolyn and her team put together for you. That's a budget. And what I call a budget is it's an implementation action plan. It's not just a bunch of spreadsheet with numbers. It's actually how you resource and bring your work program to life. And are you on a July 1 to June 30th, or are you a calendar? Okay, yeah, we're a calendar budget year here at our district. Is this a community services district? To see it, what are you? Yeah, county water agency. Okay, yeah. So there's so many different types of entities of special districts, and what it is it depends on what portion of statute or state law you're organized under. And like just speaking of water districts alone, there's a bazillion, public and private. So as an example for water, I'm not going to give an exhaustive list, but there's county water agencies, there's community service districts, CSDs, there's irrigation districts, that's us. And so that dictates to you under what portion of statute, what your powers are and how you fund it. So like CSDs get a share, it varies, I think, by situation, of property tax. In our case, as an irrigation district, we're nearly, other than the few little grants and the little fines and fees and user fees that we can collect, we're about 98% ratepayer funded. We're heavily ratepayer funded. So what type of water district or wastewater district you are, I presume, would, I know a little less about wastewater in terms of the formation under the statute, but it would dictate to you what your powers are as a board, what you can do, what you can't do, and how you're funded. So they come in all shapes and sizes. Next slide. So this is really, really an important slide. One of the most important. In your role as leaders, as board members, you are essentially balancing a three-legged stool. So the three legs are your constituents or your customers, yourself as board members in terms of your relations with each other as board members, intra this board, as well as other board members in other public agencies that have a lot of importance in the work that you do. So your intergovernmental relations as well. And then just as important, co-equal to all of those other legs is your staff. Because of course, if you don't care and feed for this organization, you know, it's the old, if you beat the horse that pulls the wagon, you walk. So it's important to create a super positive atmosphere where you can have a high functioning team. And there's an extra layer of complexity with it being a represented environment too. So it's even a little bit more puzzle pieces to put together to make the puzzle work. And so there's a lot of complexity in navigating those three legs, because if you get any one of those legs out of balance, what happens to the stool? It lists, then it eventually falls over. So that's what you don't want it to do, is you want to try to create some balance Of course, similarly to the staff, I remind the staff, as I said before, to remember that two legs of these stools are constituents. And one of them is your board, but they are constituents too. So we have to remember all that when we research policy options and we make policy recommendations. And as Don alluded to, we're not political, but we are politically astute. That's what we really have to be in order to be effective. Whereas I like to say, how do I wake up and not piss off everybody at me? So, all right. Any questions about the three-legged stool?
You mentioned there at the end that two of the legs are constituents.
Right.
What exactly are you referring to?
Sure. So your board members are constituents. They are customers. And then they also happen to be the elected representatives. So that the owner's representatives would be a way of saying.
That's what I thought, but
Yeah.
so the rest
Right.
of us, most of us are constituents as well, customers as well.
Well,
And
that adds another dimension, doesn't it? Especially in, more rural and semi-rural settings, you do get a lot of that. That's true. And this is where, professionalism with a capital P has to kick in.
Right.
Because, unfortunately, we have dual roles. And so we have a fidelity to our employer. And sometimes that goes against our individual interests as a constituent. And of course, that's also true at the board level. So it's all very interesting to try to navigate and to manage those and to prioritize those responsibilities as they go on. All right, moving on. So what is a board? Continued accountability. Let's talk about the definition. The state of being responsible, liable, answerable. All accountability, responsibility, and authority is vested in the board of directors. Boards are accountable to the public for the performance of the district. Next slide. And the way that boards work together is called governance. In most other relationships, we have practice and history of knowing what to do and how to make it work. Partnerships are like friends, business partners, significant others, some siblings. In hierarchical relationships, bosses, employees, military, teams and coaches, parents and children, most people are not familiar with the horizontal relationships. Everyone is equal and gets one vote. You need others to achieve success, even within the board setting, unless, correct me if I'm wrong, you rotate the president role from year to year, or is it directly elected? Rotated, and that's the overwhelming common approach. There are a few probably super large agencies, mostly in urban settings, where the board president, or in the case of a city, the mayor, is directly elected. But generally, in cities, medium and smaller, and board special districts, medium and smaller, it's a rotated function from year to year. So most people, again, are not as familiar with those horizontal relationships. And so the topic, that really is the topic for today, is that proven governance practices for boards of directors have been developed over the years when we really think about teamwork, because teamwork makes the dream work, right? And it's so true. So you can be a standout board member, but you can be a solid team player too. And that's the key. All right, moving on. So now why think about governance? So moving on, the way boards work together is called governance. There is a right way and many wrong ways, as we saw earlier, on how to govern. And so this session provides a really proven and foundational way on how to govern effectively. So why is good governance critical? Well, even small districts provide critical services, and I'm going to largely pass over this slide other than to say, if you think about it, how many constituents do you represent individually through your electoral district and collectively? And how many public dollars are you ultimately responsible for? And think about the critical services that you provide that are life-sustaining in health and safety here. These are not nice to have quality of life things, although they certainly do add to the quality of life. they are life, safety, and mission critical in the work that you're doing. So it's super responsible what you're doing, and it's super important that you all work together effectively as a team. Next slide. So this chart, shows, sort of the governance team succeeds with the unity of purpose versus the director's individual attitudes and approaches and how it affects their effectiveness, and how a board's responsibilities are as follows. And so we'll go right down the list here. So as far as the governance team succeeds with the unity of purpose when you identify and appeal to shared values and perspectives. And again, a great way to do that, even though you have this, in this case, dual purpose mission of water and wastewater, is through strategic planning, so that you can take a look at, what shared values and perspectives can coalesce to help you in your leadership roles as a board. But you also do so by obtaining board consensus and by starting with high-level issues and working down through the details to merge various director perspectives into the best overall solution. You also are effective with unity of purpose when you ensure that the process for gathering information and options for a presentation to the board is complete and represents all perspectives. And that a governance team succeeds with the unity of purpose when you focus on representing the entire district rather than your group or agenda or program, and you move from I to we. Now, how long have you been by district in your electoral arrangement? Has that been a long, long time or recent incarnation?
4 or 5 years.
Right.
Actually, just one election cycle. Yeah.
Were you,
Two.
were you bestowed the honor of a letter from Mr. Shankman, or did you do this proactively?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I
that's
said,
right.
about 4 or 5 years.
You and I are on the same cycle, and we had.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Narrowly avoided the letter. Yay, as did we. Yeah, it definitely, the Pied Piper, 2 or 3 attorneys, one of them in particular, Kevin Shankman out of Malibu, has been going up and down the state and writing letters for $30,000 a pop for those who get caught red-handed on this California Voter Rights Act. Lots of different perspectives on that. I will say this, it has put an even greater emphasis on the need to find the right balance between being geographically represented and accountable to your constituents who literally voted you into your electoral seat, to understanding that you're now in a board setting and responsible for the well-being of the entire district, not just your geographical corner of the district. And so it is a challenge and an opportunity. I will certainly say that when we develop our capital improvement program, certainly do look at the spread, the geographical spread, but at the same time, it's tempered with and balanced by what are the critical needs, what are the consequences of failures versus the likelihood of failures in various areas, and balancing those against the geographical issues.
So, myself and one other past board member were very instrumental and adamant about going to divisions. The reason being that try and attract more people to run for the board, make it not so expensive. Because before we were elected by the entire county, and there was many people casting votes that really weren't even involved in TUD or in the area of influence. But that's not really what I want to talk about. The thing that has always really ground me is the fact that you're elected by a area, a division, but me, you shouldn't even think about that. It's the entire Tuolumne Utilities District that you're got elected to represent. So you're not really representing those people, or you shouldn't be.
Yeah.
You should be representing the whole area. because the good of one is a good for all. And that's been the thing that really grinds me, because every once in a while it comes up, well, I need to be able to take care of the people in my area. Well, the only way you're going to be able to take care of the people in your area is take care of the people in all of the areas, because TUD covers the entire area. I don't know whether that makes sense,
It
but
makes perfect sense, and that is very commendable. You know, there places where, in times and circumstances, depending on the organization and the community setting, where some level of attention to geography can make sense. I'll argue, sure, there always is. Is it a one-size-fits-all approach? No. And depending on the agency and the community setting, taking the approach that you're taking, Ron, is always the most laudable. It certainly is the most rational from a technical point of view. But of course, as you all know, this is not just a purely technical exercise. This is a public agency where the public is the third rail. So there oftentimes can be some balancing and tempering that goes on there. As to what level of percentage is attended to electoral district, again, it may be minimal to nothing in some agencies, and that's fine. That may be correct for that agency. In a large urban setting where there's huge differences in age of system and or income and, you know, other constituent issues, it may make sense to try to take a different approach. And there's really no one size fits all approach. It varies by situation. But it has the imposition essentially of these electoral districts by geography has in some ways created a little bit more complex environment for us to navigate in terms of decision making that way. But Ron, you bring up a really good point, which I had not thought about, which is increasing access to community leadership opportunities through these electoral districts. Because one of the things we do talk about later is succession planning. And we talk all the time now about succession planning at the operational and staff level, especially on the heels of the retirement of the silver tsunami, you know, that just happened with the baby boomers mostly retiring out of work now and creating opportunities for the next generation and having those transitions. But we don't talk enough about succession planning at the community leadership level. And so, you know, we've talked about customer advisory committees and we talk a little bit about that, but we don't talk enough about things like how electoral districts by division can also help in that case. I think that's a great point, Ron, and one I will use. So thank you.
well, the thing is that the expense of running for a full county is way more than running for a division. That's
Oh,
number
yes.
one.
Very good point.
And if you're a person that's serious about running, you're to get the position, you're probably going to get out in the public. Going to find it pretty hard to pound on 44,000 doors compared to a much smaller amount just in a division.
That's right.
But then you can't lose sight, in my mind, at all, that it's not just that division that you're working for. You're working for all of the division, the entire group.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And that is the point, is that you're not just there to represent your corner of the county. You're there to, you know, really be a team player with your fellow board members for the whole jurisdiction. So with that, I'm going to take a pause here, about 10 minutes or so we can have a chance for a pause and refresh. I had a board member call me, so I need to take a call real quick and I'll be right back, you guys.
Can we do one last thing?
Sure.
I'm not familiar with the $30,000 letters. What was the purpose of those?
Sure. So what happened with Kevin Shankman and a few other attorneys is they got, you know, sort of similar to the ADA guy who went up and down, is they were basically writing letters, demand letters that said, you are in violation. If you are not by district, you are likely, in fact, you are in violation of the California Voter Rights Act, and I'm going to sue you unless you settle with me. So what they do, what most agencies smartly have done is knowing that they're going to lose, here in California, have settled with Mr. Shankman for $30,000 and then come up with an implementation action plan, to which he really frankly cares less. He's more about the money, just being honest. But, you know, that, I think just, that's basically what has happened. And in his case, and as in others, you know, they've been effective. And for the few agencies that have, you know, fought him and others, they have lost, and they've lost miserably. So in any event, we'll leave it right there. Okay. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Lunch is in less than an hour, and then it'll be time to eat again. It's like we're on a cruise ship, you guys. Be time to eat again.
I'm
Perfect. It's all about the food as far as I'm concerned. You're supposed to eat lots of little meals all day long, daisy chain,
where it's
doot,
headed.
doot, doot, doot. That's the way we're doing it. It's perfect. All right, we ready? Pick up right where we left off in that gripping saga that we were in terms of what effective governance teams and now effective individual directors' attitudes and approach impact their effectiveness, right? So effective directors have a clear understanding of the district. How were you formed? What are you? What are your powers? How are you funded? Develop a dialogue and a deliberation, not like the one in the video that we saw. Recognize and respect different perspectives and styles. We're going to talk a lot about that as we get into the curriculum. And remember, as we build and maintain relationships or argue over policy points with each other, just remember this. These relationships we have with each other, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So, you know, you can disagree, and oftentimes, and there are times when you should disagree. You know, bring your own perspective to the table, but try to do so without being disagreeable, because you don't know when that board member who you're having a strong, passionate disagreement about this policy issue, you will need that same board member for something else down the line. So you don't want to burn bridges. So it is a marathon. But you do recognize and respect different perspectives and styles. You come prepared. I'm just going to give you a little secret. We know those of you who have read your staff reports and those of you who haven't, but even if you haven't, it's okay. It's incumbent upon us to present material in ways that are digestible by you in whatever form you take it. So I'm a fan of PowerPoints to accompany staff reports. I'm a visual learner myself. I learn a lot with infographics and nice pictures and things like that, and good storytelling. You know, we as staff members have to be good storytellers. We need to be able to explain to you where we've been on an issue, where we are, and where we propose to go and why, and bring you along, or hear back from you why we should take a different approach. So that's a lot of what goes on. But we always, you know, advocate that you be prepared and govern with dignity and understanding that the implications of your demeanor and behavior are noticed by more people than you'd realize. It's remarkable. And especially now that I know that all of these meetings are recorded and live forever on the internet. So there's posterity involved now. You're leaving a legacy. So civility is really important, and that's part of what an effective director practices. They're respectful in what they do. They're respectful in what they show. As we show in another slide, as far as communication goes, actually, the bulk of communication is nonverbal. So this has been fun, like on Zoom, when you have your camera on. What's your resting face on Zoom? Just saying, are you deadpan? Are you drooling? Are you eating? Are you smiling? So it's very interesting, the whole thing. It's created a whole new dynamic. And of course, be respectful in what you say verbally. And as far as the board's responsibilities, they're as follows. You hire and evaluate your chief operating officer. You retain legal counsel, as we discussed before. You set the district's future direction, and you often do so through strategic planning and often through the budgeting process, as well as communicating through the evaluation of your chief operating officer. You provide resources. You engage with the wider community, and I know we'll have a little more of an expanded discussion about that in this curriculum later today. And you institutionalize effective governance through policies and other types of documentation, whether they're ordinances, resolutions, minute actions that are recorded by motion that you take and then are recorded in the minutes. And then, of course, as you go down below the operational line, there's other ways that we codify various policies and procedures. We actually have a slide on this later. And then you monitor and evaluate and revise for accountability. So that's a lot of what an effective board does as a board. Moving on. So how do boards achieve a unity of purpose and thereby do their jobs more effectively? And here's the secret, it's moving from I to we. And since all of you have prior experience on boards, you know this concept very well. So a lot of this will be a refresher. So moving on. So boards may not have a lot in common. You know, you're voted on in as individuals, but you may not know each other. You may have different political and work backgrounds. You may have different life's experiences and even be from different parts of the community. And of course, in a geographically large jurisdictional area like this, there could be some real differences down at 1,000 feet versus 4,000 feet. Is there other jokes about that? The rarefied air up at the upper reaches of your jurisdictional area. And yet you must work together and become a single corporate body that must jointly oversee and direct the district as a single board. So I only have a 3-member board. That's just the way we were set up. We've actually tried to expand twice and the constituents said, nah, we're good. We're good with the 3. But my 3 board members right now are from very different backgrounds and life's experiences. I have one board member who was essentially not born in the community, but raised in our community as the hometown guy and graduated from the high school that we share a back fence with and is a small business owner and signs the front of checks as well as the backs of checks. So brings that private sector and hometown person perspective to the equation. A second board member that I have is moved into the community about 10 years ago. Was originally from New York and via Los Angeles and has a technical background and is a geologist and works at the state of California. And my third board member was the public works director at the city of Citrus Heights, which overlaps our jurisdiction, and was a former city manager, assistant city manager, and public works director, and ran a program for the League of California Cities as well. So has that background and perspective. So very different perspectives, technical, private sector, more local government and management. And yet they have come together to blend together to form a very high functioning board team and a great leader group for the rest of us and for their constituents. So that's just one example. Okay, next slide. So how can boards work together and overcome their differences? It is critical to establish a unity of purpose. Ask yourself, why do we exist? What is our purpose? A unity of purpose is bigger than the individual directors. It is more important than any disagreement on issues. Remind you of your commitment to work through any disagreements. How do you get to yes? So continuing on. So directors or trustees are effective when they help the organization move in the right direction by reaching a majority vote. You campaigned as an individual, but you will serve as a member of a team. And this speaks to some of your comments earlier, Ron. You do not have the authority as an individual to fix the problems you campaign to fix. Your powers as an individual are limited, but your success as a board member is tied to the success of your entire board. Remember the 3-legged stool. You need healthy relationships between among board members, staff, and constituents. So this is a next point on the next slide. Unity does not mean uniformity or forced agreement. It's a shared commitment to work together to serve the public. Unity is when we are one mind, spirit, purpose, mission, and goal. That is to say, goal setting and strategic planning can help to achieve that. Uniformity is when we all believe the same thing and practice the same thing and ignores individuality. So steps on the next slide, steps that your board can to identify and build a unity of purpose. So on to the next slide. So yeah, unity of purpose is the common focus, overarching goals, and the core values, beliefs, and principles that govern the board members, that governing board members share about the district. So a value is a common belief in a sense of importance related to right and wrong, prudent and imprudent, ethical and unethical. A principle is a basic truth or theory, an idea that forms the basis of something. So governing bodies must work effectively when they have a rational and purposeful framework to focus and guide their work. A unity of purpose helps team members transcend their differences to fulfill a greater purpose. So you do that through your board meetings and then through special days like strategic planning, through developing and passing a budget. We at the staff level, we do it with our leadership team meetings and our various work unit meetings of our departments and our all hands meetings. That's how we do it at the staff and operational level. Are there any other instances or times when you can think about where you, beyond those general meetings, that you develop a unity of purpose that you can think of?
Yeah, our GM has instituted, well, at the beginning of this year, we all committed working together as a team between the board and staff. At that same time, the board elected all of that. Our GM is our coach. So he is what he calls coaches. Once a month of Coach's Corner, educates us, shows us different aspects of the Tuolumne Utilities operation. Very, very, but it's been beyond informative. I think it's been very constructive too, as far as letting the board actually, for the first time that I can understand how the building works. The nuts and bolts, all of that.
It sounds like an academy within the district, which is outstanding. And that is a best practice. And Don, you're to be commended for the work that you do with the board in doing that. Not every district does that. And those districts that have kind of an academy type function like that, whether it's through the onboarding process or once you're on board, or both, is outstanding. So those are things that's very much a best practice, and good to hear. And again, it's the old, you didn't know what you didn't know, did you? It's amazing what's out there. The whole world. Well, continuing on with the unity of purpose, questions that can help your board identify its unity of purpose. Why is it important to serve as part of this governance team? What do we value and believe about the work of the board of directors, staff, and the public that we serve? What is our purpose? Why do we exist as an organization? Again, what's your enabling statute? You're a county water agency, so what does that mean? What are the consequences of not doing a good job? What do we want to accomplish as a governing body? And of course, a lot of that can be done through those processes that we talked about. What do we want our governing body to stand for? And how do we wish to be perceived by our community? And what's our legacy? And I know I don't have to say this, but I'm going to say it. I'm sure every one of you has thought about this, that part of the reason you're doing what you want to do is because you want to leave this place better than you found it. This is your community and you care passionately about it. And you really, this is a legacy thing, a give back to the community that's been so good to you. And so you're all here for the right reasons. So additional steps that your board can take. You can promote healthy dialogue and differences of opinion, but be respectful. And that differences of opinion is in there and it's validated. Okay. Start by agreeing on the broadest issues and then resolve the sub-issues. And it's okay to disagree. When a vote is taken, it's not important that it be unanimous. What is important is that once the decision is made that the board's position be firm after the final vote is taken. No, no social media and no sore losers. That's the idea. By the way, if you think your social media is private, it ain't, even if you think it is. So just remember, if you put anything in writing, expect to see it anywhere.
Yeah, that's a good point, Hillary. I know personally myself, I try to do my best. I'm not always successful, but, you know, it's like they said in my favorite movie, strictly business. It's not personal. And sometimes that's really hard to keep that mindset, but it really is. We're here. It's a business, just what you said, in public view. And we got to remember that if it's a 4-1 vote or a 3-2 vote, that's not necessarily a bad thing.
It's okay.
And it's okay to have those, but when you walk out of there and you go home that night, just what you said, it's done, it's over with, move on to the next thing.
And as we said, these relationships that we have with each other, you have to treat them like they're a marathon, not a sprint. Because even if we have a really strong disagreement on one issue, we may have a different coalescence of opinion around a different issue. And you don't want to burn relationships because you don't know when you're going to need that other board member for something else in the clutch.
Exactly.
So it's really important to think about it that way. Well, another cringeworthy video, but it actually has I'm going to argue a good ending, and we'll talk about that. So on to the next cringeworthy video. This one comes from Texas.
You have to go back and read it before you change it. Say something that it did not say. Okay? You sit up here and you say exactly, you actually twist what I said, and it's handwriting right there, and it wasn't a slam on you. So where's the civility here? Where's the civility? You attack a citizen who's up you did. And the mayor wouldn't even decide. Hey, right here.
So actually, the mayor handled that masterfully because while things were starting to escalate and get heated and out of hand and things were starting to get said that I'm sure later maybe people wish in the heat of the moment they hadn't said, put an end to it right then and there and diffuse the situation and put everybody on a timeout. And that was good. That was really good because it diffused the situation. So that's a tactic that is, you know, worth considering. But again, at the heart of that video was a social media post that a council member put on their social media. And, you know, even if supposedly it was meant one way, it can be taken another. So it's just not a good idea. It's not a good idea, and especially after a vote's taken. All right, but to continue on with the unity of purpose, So to ensure that there's a process for identifying and for gathering and presenting information, where do boards go with their requests and how do board members communicate with staff? So I'm going to offer you two models of engagement, and there's no one right way to do it except the one that works well for your organization. And if it ain't broken, I would say don't fix it if whatever you're doing now is working. There is a model of engagement through the council manager and board, general manager, form of government that says, please route all of your individual communications or requests through the chief operating officer. And there is validity in some agencies for that to happen that way for any number of different reasons, to which we could go on forever. So that is a valid model. And if that's what and I don't know if that's what you do here, but if that is what you do here, stick with it. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. In my agency, we have a little bit different situation, but it's unique to our situation and it works for us. It wouldn't work for every other agency necessarily. In my case, I do welcome and encourage board members to talk to staff members. However, I insist and ask of the staff member and request of the board member that they loop me in that communication. One, because I am the one who reports to the board members. So ultimately, I'm accountable in my role to the board or any of the communication that gets transmitted back and forth. But also, just because of where the chief operating officer sits in the organization in that unique place, pivoting between the elected board and the staff, and also has connectivity out to the community too, through the work that they do. The CM or the GM may be able to have one kernel or piece of information missing between the staff and the board member that completes the circle. So that's why it's really, really important, even in a model like what we do in our organization, that the GM be looped in. So those are two different models, and both of them are correct, depending on the situation and how things are structured. But it's also important, again, to remember that when a board member makes a request, that they should know that both the question and the answer can and should be shared with the rest of the board, so that everybody is looped in as appropriate. So as an example, if a board member asks a question of staff that we can't answer at a board meeting, and we say, well, let me get back with you, we will share through email what the question was again and what the answer is to all. Now, when we do an email, we use the BCC field when we go out. Why? Because we don't want anybody unwittingly to reply to all, because that could become a Brown Act foul. So that's where we do it BCC, because then it can reply just back to the sender. Does that make sense? Yeah, that's a good protocol. That's a best practice. So any questions about that? Yes.
I don't know whether I have a question. I want to kind of underline what you said about going to staff.
Yeah, I think they want you to turn your mic on. Yep. There you go. Go ahead.
Anyway, I don't really have a question, just comment about board members going to the staff, and that is that, you know, I think that you don't want to blur who the staff actually works for.
Right.
They don't work for the board.
Right.
They work for the GM. And if board member goes to staff, you know, sometimes it's very valuable to be able to talk one-on-one with staff about certain things and all that. But any direction given to them should only come from the GM, not from the board member.
And that's why it's important that the staff member and the board member keep the GM in the loop in those communications. I, for one, because I am a master of none, I oftentimes can and will direct a board member to a subject matter expert on the staff, and I'm looped in. The other reason that I'm doing what I'm doing is because, frankly, I'm gradually trying to work out of my position, and I'm trying to grow the next generation. So I want, you know, the staff to feel comfortable working with elected officials and learn how to interface with them. But in those situations, again, everybody knows to keep everybody in the loop, and then you complete the circle. So good.
Hillary, so just to tag on, you know, my style is very much to be inclusive, right? I am not the subject matter. I'm a water treatment plant. You want to talk water treatment, I can do it all day long, bore you to death. But there's a lot more to running this district than knowing that. And so I really, really lean on my team. And when I say team, everybody has some area of expertise that they come from. They bring a lot to the organization, including Melissa, including Corey. So I necessarily want an entire room full of people to help us make a decision. So
And that is a best practice. So, good. Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot about succession planning. You know, I know that the silver tsunami is largely, you know, gone. I mean, a majority now of baby boomers are in retirement, but now it's the salt and pepper tsunami. But yeah, no, we are, you know, one of the, and it sounds like, Don, you and I share the same passion for growing and developing the next generation of staff. So we're super excited about that.
in fact, you have unity of purpose up here, and a year ago or so, I coined the phrase continuity of purpose, continuity
Yeah.
of thought.
Yep.
Because this district is in a really good spot right now.
Yeah.
These initiatives and these missions we're on are going to transcend some of us, right? And so it's really important that we are all in this and there's some continuity. So unity and continuity are important to us.
Right. And while we never preclude the opportunity of, let's say, a general manager coming in from the outside to succeed a retiring general manager, it's a feather in an organization's cap if you can grow from within. And that, again, but in a way that, you know, is very inclusive of all sorts of perspectives so that you don't just have groupthink. This groupthink can crash an airplane too. So you definitely want to have a diversity of perspective and thoughts around and backgrounds at the table. Makes for good decision making. Well, good. All right. So on to the next slide. Continuing on with unity of purpose, you represent the district by transitioning from I to we. Individual opinions, perspectives, subgroups, and issues are important, but must be voiced in context of the entire district. Just a second. Okay. Individual directors and the board team must balance individual beliefs and values with developing consensus and serving the entire community. Getting things done for the community as a team makes us all look good. So, accomplishments build relationships and lead to other successes. What do we say? Success breeds success. And the reality is that each board member must transition from I to we. You exhibit team spirit and eagerness to sacrifice personal interests for the welfare of the entire district. And believe you me, at times when you do this horse trading and you give and take with each other, your board members, your fellow board members are going to remember what you did. And it builds up a bank account of capital and goodwill for the next challenging issue that you encounter. So already through part one, the board is the ultimate authority. The way that, this is the next slide. The way that the board works as a team is called governance. Good governance is critical to achieving goals and objectives. Building a foundation for effective governance, you're moving from I to we, you overcome differences, and we've identified steps to identify and build a unity of purpose. So with that, I'm going to skip on and past the last cringeworthy video for the day, unless you really want to watch it, you can. They're fun? All right, then let's watch it. All right, here we go. Here's another fun one.
I only have one thing to say. 2011, 2012, 2013.
Were these the dark periods in the steamed history, storied history of the TUD? Well, we've all been there, I think, in one form or another. I've certainly had some humdingers in my day. All right. Well, now, with that in mind, qualities and skills of effective directors, i.e., it's all about you. This is a people business, so effective directors have a clear understanding of the district and consider the Enabling Act, mission, facilities, staff, finance, and history when proposing ideas and making decisions. And it sounds like this coaching corner program that you guys are doing is helping you build that institutional knowledge, which is so helpful. So effective directors understand the role of local government in your responsibilities. You know your role, you set a vision and a policy framework, but you don't micromanage. Directors should strive to be informed about the issues facing the district and be prepared to ask questions of staff and each other. And of course, you do that not only through your engagement with staff and the material that we provide to you, but you do so hopefully when you go to aqua conferences, ACWA, or the wastewater equivalent of at the state level. I'm looking at you, Eric, with a K, because I don't remember the name of the state association for that is the wastewater. I think that might be the one that I was thinking of, sort of the aqua equivalent on the wastewater side. And then of course there's CSDA, which I'm not just saying this because I'm wearing the flag today, but I have worked with several professional associations at the city side and here, and I got to tell you, the programming at CSDA is outstanding. It really is. The annual conference, did any of you attend the annual conference in Monterey? It was really good, and I can tell you that as a practitioner, that it was really good. Did you get some nuggets there while you were there? Most definitely, yeah. Oh, you're talking about Aqua? Oh, Aqua was good too. Aqua is quite good too, I have to say. They've really upped their game. But CSDA does a really, really good job if you get a chance to go to their website and go to the Learn tab and drop down and you'll see all of the stuff that CSDA has to offer. It's extensive. And then, of course, there's a very good listserv too that we use for mining for ideas and sharing, work product with each other. Remember that plagiarizing thing is always highly received and appreciated, and then we can adapt for our use. So again, directors should strive to be informed about the issues. Where else do you get your information? You go to maybe neighborhood association meetings, you talk to folks at the grocery store, you listen to a podcast, you stay informed in local, state, and federal news. We have to keep our eye on what's going on in Sacramento at the legislature. I used to live in the state of Georgia where they could only meet for 40 days a year. I wish that was the case here. So whenever they get together, they just cause trouble. Unfunded mandates and taking away local control, that seems to be the order of the day. And I've been around long enough to remember when the term limits came in, and we were so excited about term limits at local government because we thought finally these old codgers are going to get the heck out of there that don't give a rat's whatever about local government and hoist a lot of, unfunded mandates and try to erode our local control here all day long. And what we anticipated would happen is our city council members who have this grounding in local government and appreciation for what struggles we dealt with the state would matriculate upward into these newly vacated positions. Well, guess what? As soon as they got there, it's like they got this massive case of amnesia and forgot where they came from and started doing exactly the same stuff to us at local government that they were doing before. So we have to keep our eye on those folks, and we have to hold their feet to the fire too as it relates to intergovernmental relations. And do you have a good dialogue with your assembly member and your senator, or plural if you have several? And are they looking out for your interests? and what are you doing to engage with them? So in any event, those are just some thoughts as you think about how you assemble your information in order to engage with your job. Next slide. So this is sort of a matrix of what's not a good idea on the left column and what's a good idea on the right column. So effective directors, let's just say ineffective directors assume that there's a right answer and that you have it. Are combative. Participants attempt to prove the other side wrong. Are focused on winning. Listening to find flaws and make counter arguments. We saw some of that in those cringeworthy videos. Defend assumptions as truth. Critique the other side's position. Defend one's own views against those of others. Ineffective directors search for flaws and weaknesses in others' positions and seek a conclusion or a vote that ratifies their position. Whereas an effective director practices more dialogue and deliberation. They assume that others have pieces of the answers and together you can craft solutions. After all, so much of it is putting pieces of the puzzle together to come up with a decision. Effective directors are collaborative participants that work together with a common understanding. They're about exploring common ground, listening to understand, to find meaning and agreement, are revealing assumptions for reevaluation. After all, when a policy decision comes to you, what is it? It's a new policy, it's the implementation of an existing policy, or it might be a revisiting of an existing policy with the thought of possibly redirecting it or updating it, right? That's what happens almost every time an issue comes to you. You can ask yourself, you can have a little policy tracker in your brain and you can say, is this item an implementation of an existing policy that we already adopted? Is this a new policy? Are we deleting a policy that has been existing, or are we redirecting or updating an existing policy? That's it. That's all that you're going to do. I can't think of anything that you won't do that doesn't involve something along those lines, if you think about it. So again, effective directors search for strengths and value in others' positions. That's why we like to assemble around the table folks from different backgrounds with different skill sets, whether it's operations and maintenance or capital or budget and finance and treasury and investing or internal operations. Because each of those folks have something valuable to contribute to help build the decision so that you've vetted it in every possible way as you move forward. And you discover new options and you never seek closure. All right. And as far as more about effective directors, you promote and practice civility. You play nice in the sandbox. You're kind. No surprises. So we at the staff level always appreciate if you have a question on an agenda item or an issue that is discussable at a board meeting, if you can give us a heads up ahead of the meeting, it's so much better than surprising us and catching us off guard. Why? Because it gives us a chance to research the issue and actually make better use of your time when we're in the public arena. It's possible we need to do some research on a question that we didn't think of, or you may have thought of something that we didn't think of in the staff report, and we need to complete the circle for you, and we can do so by the time the board meeting comes. Now, does that preclude you from asking questions if you hadn't pre-thought of it? No, and ask your question, but also just to manage expectations, we just appreciate your patience if we don't have the answer. The best response we would give you is, that's a great question. We don't have an answer for you today. Let us get back with you and research it. And then, of course, as you know, we'll share it with everybody. Okay. But we always appreciate not having pop quizzes in board meetings if at all possible. How many of you just remember the anxiety when there was a pop quiz in school? Get out your sheet of paper and your number 2 pencil. Stressful. All right. So also avoid squabbling and personal attacks as you saw in those cringeworthy videos, and maintain a formal decorum and be respectful. As far as decorum, it depends on the organization. Our organization, we're fairly casual, so we do refer to our board members by name, by their name. But in some organizations, it would make sense, and then it would be followed that President so-and-so and Vice President so-and-so and Director so-and-so, and, you know, and whatever that norm or practice is that you've adopted, just to follow that. Okay. Moving on, more about effective directors. Effective directors are respectfully disagree without being disagreeable. We talked about that. They can leave it at the dais. Debates are about policy, not personality, as Jeff highlighted. Effective directors reflect positive decorum. They provide a reputable model of leadership by using a respectful tone with colleagues. And they establish a set of behaviors ahead of time, potentially documented in a code of conduct to help promote civility and respect. Do you all have a board set of policies that address some of those issues? That's a best practice. So that's great. And of course, you know, it's interesting, even in watching the cringeworthy videos, you saw references all along the way to refer back to board policies or Robert's Rules of Order, or in our case, we use a modified version of Robert's Rules of Order called Rosenberg's Rules of Order. And I don't know if you all have given any time or attention to looking at that issue. Robert's Rules of Orders, frankly, are extremely old. And so there was a judge, Rosenberg, I believe he was out of Davis, I believe. And he looked at this and says, you know, this is pretty outdated. We need to streamline this thing. And so now more and more agencies are adopting Rosenberg's Rules of Orders. So if that's something you haven't done, you might want to look at that. Oh, you have the Rosenbergs. Okay, very good. Excellent. Let's see here. Okay, so very good. So moving on to the next slide. Again, effective directors develop a sense of team, a partnership with the general manager and staff to govern and manage the district, and successfully transition from candidate to member of the board. I heard references to more than one of you who got on this board, maybe, or the catalytic event that got you on the board was for a single issue, right? Rates. But then as you got here, you started to see the whole universe. And so then your perspective broadened and you started to see rates within a context, a larger context. And then it became a more multifaceted perspective. And then also when you address rates, you're looking at rates as part of a larger whole. So, you know, Ron, you had mentioned that you got on for rates, and you had mentioned that it's been invaluable to go through this experience of getting more and more up to speed on operations and capital. So now when you look at rates, do you look at them, though, of course, you're still cognizant of bottom line cost and impact to your constituents. Would you say that you kind of look at the issue in a different way today than you did when you first got engaged as a member of the public?
Certainly.
Yeah. And it's a more complex decision when trying to balance all the pros and cons of it. And then also looking at not just this year, but as I'm sure Carolyn does, you look out, and because money either compounds for you or it compounds against you. And so if Carolyn, through her work and her team's work, shows you that you got a real challenge 2 to 3 to 5 years out, better to tackle it now, to where the compounding effect of that positive decision in year 0 and year 1 can impact and smooth out the impact in year 3 and 5. And so it provides more and more information for you to work with. And of course, a good finance director is a good storyteller and can tell, isn't just a good technician, oh, she's that, but she can also tell a story with numbers, and particularly to non-finance oriented type people. That's a challenge and an opportunity.
Unfortunately, we didn't have Carolyn then. Matter of fact, we had a finance director that made it very difficult for the board. And as far as rate increases go, I think that it's multifaceted. It's really, really difficult.
Yep.
And it can't be just what the bottom line is. I try to put myself, well, I am in the position of many.
You're a customer.
Well, I'm not only a customer, but I'm an old customer on a fixed income.
Yep.
And old customers on a fixed income or those on a low income don't appreciate increased rates at all. So those people need to understand why that rate increase is needed, which then gets into showing what's involved at the utility, why that amount of money is needed in order to keep the utility moving so that when you turn on the faucet, for some reason, nice clean water comes out.
Right. Because it takes X amount of dollars to bring that first drop of water to your tap, but it also takes X amount of dollars to keep it coming to your tap. Here's another issue that you touched on, the issue of intergenerational equity. It is difficult to balance current needs and current customers with future needs and future customers. And how do you find that right balance? So as an example, as we undertook developing a blueprint for water main replacements, because we have a system that is rapidly aging. Our system, the average lifespan of a water main according to AWWA is about 70 years. So that means approximately about half of all water mains fail before age 70 and half of all water mains fail after age 70. So that's a good planning number to start as a desktop study exercise. Well, our system was built largely between 1960 and 1985. So 1960 plus 70 is 2030. What year is it? It's 2025. So we see this tidal wave of water main replacements. We're doing about 2 million a year right now. So we had to work with a very broad section of our customer base, way beyond our 3 board members, to come up with a strategy on how to phase, cost, and fund the replacement of what would be a majority of our system over the next 50 to 60 plus years. And how much of it is cash, pay as you go versus debt financing. And of course, there's arguments for and against debt. Debt doubles the cost of a project. However, it's more intergenerationally equitable too, because it spreads those costs across current and middle and future, generation customers. And one thing that a lot of our older senior customers don't understand is that they didn't pay for the system they're using, and you have to pay it forward. It's an intergenerational model. And so it becomes very tricky to how to decipher that, find the right balance between pay-go and debt financing, and how to tell that story and bring folks along.
But I think it's even way more difficult than that. And it's something that I'm trying to find, I'm struggling with and trying to find a solution to right now. We have no participation by the younger generation whatsoever. And they don't even vote. And they're going to inherit what we finally hand off to them. Now, I don't know, unless they get involved, I don't know how that's going to work.
We're going to talk about that
Good.
towards the end. It
We
gets
need
really
some
fun.
answers. We
Yeah.
need some answers.
Yep. We'll talk about that. And I know Abby's going to, be very engaged in this part of the conversation because she has customer engagement as part of her operation. So we'll talk about some of that and be curious to roundtable with you a little bit what you're doing, and we'll talk about some ideas that are out there and some resources that are out there to you, Abby, your team, and to the whole organization. So that's the value add stuff that we'll add. All right, very good. Looking at the time here, how are we doing on time? It's 11:01. I remember you saying something about there being lunches here. Okay. Is it a hot lunch or a cold lunch? Good, so it can't spoil. Yeah, it's pleasure of the group. Should we stick to the original plan? I think the original plan is 11. So if it isn't too early to break, we can pause, break, grab our lunch and try to reconvene at about 11:30. Is that the plan? This is the post-lunch food coma time. So if you start to get a heavy eye or two, I'll see if I can crack some really bad dad jokes. See if we can. I'm tempted to show the last one, but I will warn you it has language. So we'll see about that. Anyway. I'm sure. You don't say. And if you'd be kind enough to advance the slide just a little bit, because it's got a graphic on there too. Great, perfect. Wonderful. All right. So I told you I was a presidential history buff, didn't I? I told you I'd try to work as many presidents into this thing as I could. And, I just thought this was a fun but very telling graphic. And when we talk about communication, because according to research that's been well documented, it's in fact your nonverbal communication, frankly, that is actually more of what is communication than actual voice tonality and words. I thought that was very interesting. So just something to think about as you think about how you engage with people and how you maybe read other people and their nonverbal communication, and how you can modulate and moderate your own in order to meet the moment with that person and bridge the gap with that person. But you'll notice that I've got a little clip there. How many of you actually watched this debate? Right, 1960. I don't think any of you would have, but you might have seen it on YouTube. Very famous. And why was it famous? It was famous because for people who heard the debate on the radio, they thought Richard Nixon won. But for people who saw the debate, were blown away with the presence and the nonverbal communicational prowess of John F. Kennedy. And fortunately for Kennedy, more people were watching the debate that night than they were listening to it because he won by just about a hair's breadth. That's right. That's exactly right. And see, Kennedy knew how to adapt to the medium, and he understood the presence, the value of the visual in his communication, right down to the choice of the suit that he wore that night, and that dark colored suit, and that it would work better in that kind of a format. Poor Richard Nixon had a couple things going against him too. Well, one, he refused makeup, and he had the 5 o'clock shadow issue. But then the other issue was he had banged his knee getting out of a car, plus he was running a fever. So he was also sweating. And then he probably didn't choose the right color. It washed him out too. So, and he looked gaunt and he was very tired, and he really did not prepare for this this event in the way that the Kennedy and the more savvy folks supporting Kennedy had prepared him. So it just goes to show how important nonverbal elements of communication really are, whether this poignant example or just in how we engage with each other, here. All right, any questions about that or comments? Oh, one other thing that's kind of fun, I'll share. I was in a speech contest in high school, and I came in second. And it was the same kind of a deal where if, you'd closed your eyes, you probably would have thought I won. Because I had used to, I thought at one point I might want to be a news radio person or something. That was when I was a kid, I thought maybe that's what I would want to do. So I practiced a lot. But the person who won was extremely expressive and connecting in their communication, nonverbal communication with the audience. And so I came in second that day. So I did. And I'm still talking about it 40 years later. Never did get over that. Who's bitter? But anyway, just but it's come full circle because it serves my purpose well for instructional purposes. Precisely. That's what we strive for. Although you can't change this. I was born with this. Anywho, so yeah, that's just something to think about as we engage with each other, you know, and to understand what drives the other person and how we can connect, and at times, frankly, come more than halfway to connect with that person, you know, and not expect that person to necessarily go halfway or even over halfway to you. If you really want to be an influencer of people and be positively influencing people. Next slide. So more about effective directors. You know, maintaining trust is a key. Effective board members always keep confidential matters confidential. So there's only a few things that the Brown Act allows you as a board to be meeting behind closed doors about, such things as real property negotiations, GM evaluation or hiring or letting go. I'm trying to think of, they're blanking, I'm blanking on labor negotiations, thank you. And a few others where there's what are called safe harbor language that's provided by the Brown Act as an implementation of the Brown Act that you can get into closed session. And so the key thing is to keep things confidential, because if you don't, it's a huge issue. It breaks down trust, and it's a resource waster, because after all, there could be damage control that has to be done, and or use of an attorney to claw back things that shouldn't have been released. So generally speaking, when we hand out hard copy documents, we ask that they be passed back. And the board members appreciate that, so that they don't unwittingly have a document that shouldn't fall out of their possession unwittingly fall out. And again, no personal attacks or board decisions on private social media accounts, because they're not private. And do respect that board management and staff separation of roles and responsibilities. So now it's time to look at 5 successes of a team. A successful team focuses on outcomes and celebrates results. You know, I try to be more interest-based in my engagement with folks, especially when it comes to big picture ideas and how can we solve problems. There's oftentimes more than one right way to solve the problem. So there's a difference in being positional, and there's the difference in being interest-based. And if you're interest-based, you're thinking about what's the problem we're trying to solve and how can we, you know, go backwards and find a way that will be workable for everybody, versus I'm trying to solve a problem and this is the right way and the only way to do it. Generally speaking, that isn't always the case. So a successful team focuses on outcomes and celebrates results. You establish setting goals, encourage setting goals through things such as strategic planning and targets for the good of the team. You attract team-oriented employees. A good organization promotes accountability, unifies the team members with a common standard of performance, allows leaders to focus on leading the team, encouraging excellence, taking responsibility for the results, good and bad, and providing quarterly updates on achieving goals and or targets. So we provide quarterly updates on our strategic plan to the board. And certainly that's something that gets looked at in my evaluation, because a larger percentage of my time is spent on strategic planning items than they are on daily operations and maintenance. And in fact, the further down the line you go in the organization, the less each individual staff member is playing on strategic planning. As a general rule of thumb, I'm spending probably 50 to 60% of my time on strategic planning items. Our department heads are spending 35 to 40% of their time on strategic planning items. And then it goes down from there. And then what's the rest of time that we're spending on? Daily operations, maintenance, and capital. That's the rest of what we're spending time on. But again, the GM and the top tier management are spending a noteworthy percentage of their time typically on implementing strategic plans. So another attribute of a successful team is you take responsibility for the results, good and bad. But thankfully and hopefully you have a board that gives staff some grace and some space to try some things to take some risks, and to potentially have a fabulous flop. Because I don't know about you guys, but I always learn my most when I've had my fabulous flop. And it's not whether or not you have a fabulous flop, it's what you learn from it. And that the board, have that grace for the staff to be able to foster innovation and creativity. And sometimes that involves some reasonable risk taking with the potential for a little bit of a flop and then a redo.
So I think that's really a good point, or one that's really bothered me for quite some time, is exactly, I find I've been frustrated numerous times with coming across something that I feel that needs to be done, or just an idea or something like that. And two things here. One is, after bringing it up, I find out it's already been thought of, but nobody ever moved on it. But then also too, how to, besides that part of it, is how do you elicit that sort of input from staff as a board member without crossing the line? I mean, how, because there's, there's with the people out in the field doing the work are the ones with the ideas and so on. And all it needs is to have spark that idea, get it out in the open, and then hopefully there's people on the board or whatever that can, oh wow, let's do something with that. That's really, but I don't see a lot of that. I mean, or I don't want to say I don't see a lot of that. It frustrates me when I see things that could have happened a long time ago that didn't happen.
Sure. So depending on the issue, if it's one that can wait for the strategic planning retreat, that's always a good idea. It certainly is, where a lot of the good ideas do come from within the operation and matriculate upwards. And so then it needs to.
How does that trickle up?
Well, it can through various, team work at the operational level, and can then percolate, into the board arena as appropriate and as, as the situation calls for. But when a board member, sees something, work through the GM. And, the GM has an opportunity to weigh that issue and looking at it with the entire board. And whether it's at a board meeting or it's strategic planning, or it's handled in a, through dialogue with the GM, those are always good ways to look at, because again, the GM may have another piece to the puzzle, be able to complete the circle on the idea. So that's generally, there's no one way, it just depends on the nature of the issue. So there's no one size fits all approach, but certainly strategic planning retreats where you go through and you do kind of a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges, review of the accomplishments, look at what are some of the emerging issues as you want to look at updating goals and objectives of the board. There's any number of different ways depending on the nature of the issue and whether or not it should be more of a treetop level issue addressed through strategic planning or an operational level issue addressed with the GM.
But how does it get from staff or operational level up to the board? How do we take that wonderful nugget of an idea that somebody hasn't presented, it hasn't brought to light, and all it takes is to maybe get it to someone, to the board, to have the board start moving on it?
Not knowing the specifics of this or that, it's hard to make a broad brush comment back as to this is how it should be done. It depends on the issue. It really depends on the issue. Some issues may get communicated to the board from operational level. But again, it's imperative for the general manager to be in the circle of that communication, because again, the general manager may know something that either the board member or the operational staff wouldn't know, or it just brings the GM into the loop of the conversation where the GM may not have even realized that it was an issue worthy of consideration depending on the timeliness and the merit of the issue. And then, incumbent upon the GM working with the board to figure out how to handle that issue if it's something that involves policy level approval. So I know that's not a super tight answer for you, but it really depends on the nature of the issue as to how it should be handled. If it's small and routine, it might be something that's easily handled, work outable through working with the GM. If it's something that's of grave policy, an organization-wide implication, the GM will be in the loop, and working with the GM, you'll find the right forum, whether it's at an individual board meeting or at a strategic planning retreat, in order to address the issue. But in all of these instances, it's imperative that you loop in the GM, because the GM really is the one who can, working with a majority or all of the board members, to try to be able to make things happen and see things, through to successful implementation as well. Because it's not just making the decision, it's also implementing. So you want to have that buy-in, and that's just goes through good dialogue and partnership and relationships that exist within board and GM.
Just a follow-up.
Yeah.
So you mentioned you do strategic planning and then SWOT, which is
that's
strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats.
right.
How often?
I'm going to touch on that.
Is reasonable. Okay.
We integrate it into our budget process now.
Okay.
There is no one right way to do strategic planning.
Mhm.
I'll show you a way that we do it, where we have linked it to budget, and actually do it annually. And then we provide quarterly formal updates to our board is how we do it. But it really depends on the organization. There may be other factors that are involved to driving the timing and sequence and approach for strategic planning. The key thing is that you do it, and that you don't just do it and that it not just sit on the shelf, but that it be properly resourced and then be implemented. And then we, the staff, be held accountable for its implementation. But in doing so, you also have to recognize which items are SMART, SMART, specific, measurable, actionable, reasonable, time bound, i.e. which items do you control wholly within yourself to be able to implement versus what items you rely on for some or part of an outside entity to do something before you can complete the task, and to manage expectations accordingly. We'll talk more about that later.
Yeah. Excuse me, in our situation, I've been on the board for a little over 2 years. We have two basically new board members. And then, so I don't know that we've had opportunity to do any kind of strategic planning since we have the new composition of the board.
You had mentioned, Don, you do a multi-year strategic plan, is that right?
Yes, so Coach's Corner, a few months ago, remember the topic? Aw. Gotta have a plan, right? What's the friend Tarkin saying? A fool with a plan can beat a genius with no plan. And our plan is our strategic plan, adopted in 2019. Plan works perfectly. We show our successes. We annually do a report. You got a report coming up next board meeting. You're going to see, a lot of areas where we accomplished many more things according to the plan. So we have a strategic plan, and this board gets updated gets a progress report every year. Yeah. Yeah, it was one of the Coaches Corners just a few months ago, not too far ago. So.
And again, as Don touches on, if it's working well for this organization, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. There are many right ways to do it. I'll show you a slightly different approach, but it isn't necessarily a better approach. It's just a different approach. And so you have to decide what's right for you as an organization. But the fact that you're doing strategic planning is the best practice, because at the end of the day, where else are you going to address items of consequence that are over and above daily operations, maintenance, and capital of the district that are designed to help take your organization to the next level? There is no other real practical, good way to do it, where you involve all the key stakeholders. That's what strategic planning is all about. And it's one of the most important things that you guys do and work with your leadership team to oversee the implementation of. We'll talk more about that though, as we get deeper into the thicket of things here that we're going to cover today. All right. So moving on, another attribute, number 3, of a successful team is that they encourage commitment. They reinforce decisions. They create an atmosphere of dependability, and you set clear goals and priorities. And you value respectful conflict. So you realize that productive conflict is healthy and helps facilitate a resolution. You create an environment where back-channel politics and personal attacks cannot survive. And I've worked, and I'm sure all of us have worked in those organizations where there unfortunately is too much of that kind of silly stuff. And you really, it weighs heavily on the effectiveness of the team and the operation. And then we've been so fortunate, those of us who've been able to work in organizations like the one I work in now, that definitely back channel politics can't survive. And it is a much healthier work environment, which means more productive, happier folks, more serotonin. Lots of good stuff flowing through everybody's veins, arteries. So effectively manages behaviors of team members that hurt the team too. So there's ways to do that. And of course, at the staff level, you know, and Abby knows all about this, there's major discipline and minor discipline. And, you know, there's at-will employment versus for-cause due process employment. And where's the right line with all of those things? In our organization, and again, there's no one right way here, so I'm just sharing what we do. Our top 3 levels of staff are at will. So I'm at will, of course, as the general manager. I serve at your pleasure of the board. The department heads are at will. They serve at the pleasure of the general manager, but they are on employment agreements in our case that were templates were adopted by the board, but they're for use by the GM. And then our supervisors and managers are at will as well. The break point or the thinking in our organization, and again, there's no one right way here, is that if you have independent expenditure authority and you manage staff, you're at will in our organization. We certainly support a healthy for-cause due process type of an employee that certainly exists at local government here in California, but we also have very, very well-defined HR policies that are very clear about major and minor discipline and how all that works. We are not a represented shop, so we didn't have to negotiate those things. But I will argue that if we don't practice good employee relations, we will be practicing labor relations. So we better practice good employee relations. So we try to really think and operate in many ways like we are a represented shop, and with a very flat organizational culture of engagement and communication and decision-making. So, you know, if it comes, it comes, and we'd be ready for it. Whether you're in a represented environment or not, good, solid HR policies can help promote a culture of performance and accountability. The other thing that we do at our organization, and again, there's no one right way, that helps promote a culture of performance and accountability is we do not do steps. You do steps here? You do, and that's probably negotiated, so that would be very hard to change. But we do the broad range salary bands, low, high, and pay for performance. At the top of the range, we've solved a problem that exists in many organizations. Many organizations have done away with longevity pay. You do still have it. You still have it. Okay, so a lot of organizations have either negotiated it away or it no longer exists. But then the pendulum swings too far the other direction, which is, okay, so you don't have longevity pay, but you get up to the top of your range, and how can you be working for performance pay? You're essentially being penalized for having been there a long time. Well, that's not fair either. So we came up with an arrangement that PERS, our Public Employee Retirement System pension, has signed off on, to where we extended our range by another 5% above the old high. and we turn the high into what's called a control point. And now you can, as an incumbent, reach the control point, which is the old high point on the range, and you can go above it and get the same level of pay for performance that everybody else is getting. But the difference is you snap back to the control point. Now the control point continues to move upward with the cost of living adjustment as it applies to the entire range. So there's still that. So it's still dynamic. So there's an integrity to the range, which is what PERS is looking for. They want a low and a high. And, high new is 5% above high old. But it allows us not to be able to penalize employees. It still fosters that pay for performance environment. It really supports it. Does that make sense? Yeah. So that's something that we did. And so far as I know, I don't know any other agencies that has done it because we had to negotiate with PERS to implement. But it's available if you're interested in taking a look at that, especially if you're looking at the possibility of revisiting longevity, new hires. So anyway, that's at-will employment versus for cause, and things like pay for performance as negotiable, are some potential factors that can continue to build and maintain a culture of performance in an organization. Any questions or comments about that? That's some techie stuff right there. That's the one part science. Now how you work the deal and implement it, that's the art part. All right. And again, another attribute of a successful team is it values respectful conflict. You realize that the productive conflict is healthy and helps facilitate a resolution. And as we said, doesn't allow for back channel politics. Okay. And then the last one, number 5 on the next slide, is creates trust. A successful team can safely share weaknesses and mistakes with one another. Team members can ask for help. Team members, it builds faith in others' intentions and aptitudes. And it instills confidence and encourages, again, we talked about this, risk-taking. You want to be able to encourage your staff to be able to create and innovate, which means they can also flop a little and that you're okay with that. Because that's how really, really terrific practices come out of, like a phoenix rising out of the ashes. So, okay, next. So effective culture. Where we are, try to eliminate ideas that tied to the status quo or entitlement. That's where you might want to revisit the longevity pay. And you want to focus on the future. Foster a culture that is based on performance and accountability. And we just talked about the pay for performance and at will as 2 potential ideas for consideration. So we do things a certain way just because we always have. It's kind of lousy. On the other hand, don't fix something that is working. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So there's a balance on both sides of the equation there. All right, and then sort of the opposing discussion is the 5 dysfunctions of a team. This is from Lencioni. An inattention to results, not QA quality assuring and quality checking your work, avoidance of accountability. Again, the buck stops at the operational level with us as the chief operating officers, Don and me. The buck stops with you as the board when facing your constituents, and you know that. So, and then there has to be accountability built within the organization as well. And again, things like the HR policies and how they're applied, can help that, and just effective management. Again, a lack of commitment, that is to say a lack of clarity or buy-in that prevents team members from making decisions that they will stick to. A fear of conflict, putting wet blankets over problems and issues is never healthy, doesn't solve problems. And an absence of trust, a fear of being vulnerable with team members prevents the building of trust within the team. So Any questions or thoughts on that? Yes.
Well, you run right through a couple of different things that have been bothering me for quite some time. That as a board member, if I fail, I know what's going to happen, and it will happen. I'm going to get called on the carpet by the ratepayers. Most likely will get kicked off the board at the next election and so on. But when there's a failure by staff, I don't see there's any repercussion. It's like, oh, damn, too bad that didn't work. Oh, it's Friday, time to take the weekend. I don't see any, if there's a major failure or something, I don't see any repercussion.
And you shouldn't necessarily. It depends on the issue, because remember, if it's a major performance issue or conduct issue, it's likely an HR issue, and it's likely an issue you as a board member want to be as far removed from for liability
And
reasons.
believe me, I want to be and will be.
Yeah. But that said, as far as the effectiveness of an operation, effective management, whether you see it or not, and you can see it over time just in course corrections in the way that the operations work, along with very well developed and thoroughly vetted HR policies that clearly delineate the definitions and the procedures for what is minor and major discipline, are the order of the day here in terms of how to promote and implement effective accountability within the organization. So major discipline, those infractions are well defined, and the consequences, particularly if it's a due process or cause employee, are clearly delineated to reduce liability and exposure to the employer, as well as, to create a culture where, super bad behavior that is worthy of major discipline cannot survive. And even if it survives the first time, it ultimately doesn't survive if it is repeated. Again, there may be opportunities for people to have some fabulous flops. Got to give some space and grace for that, and allow somebody to kind of dust themselves off and pick themselves up and, try a different approach. But it is not impossible to terminate an employee or to impose major discipline if they're for cause due process and if they're represented, as long as you have good management and good HR policies that are properly implemented.
So you're really not answering my question, or you're answering it in a much different way than
Okay,
what I understand.
sure, go ahead.
I worked for 60 years in the construction business, and
Right.
it involved also home inspections, repairs, you name it. And let's say I did a home inspection, and there's a lot riding on a home inspection,
Mm-hmm.
and I missed something. I flat overlooked it, got in a rush, did something. I paid for that. I couldn't just go, damn, well, it's time for me to go home. It's the weekend. It's whatever. Better luck next time. I paid for it. If while I was building something, if something failed, I had to correct that.
Yeah.
It's either that or I paid for it, and I paid for it dearly. I got sued or whatever. Luckily, I've never been sued, but
Right. Were you an independent contractor, or did you work for an employer?
both. I was
Yeah.
most of my life I was self-employed.
I see. Yeah. So that's obviously a very different scenario than working in a public agency in California organizational setting. So there still are ways to very much hold staff accountable for misconduct and or poor
I'm
performance.
not trying to put somebody on the cross and crucify them.
Oh, sure. No, I understand.
I just
You
want
just
to
want to
have some
understand what's the feedback loop and the accountability. And the answer is And I apologize that this sounds like your attorney, your local neighborhood down the street attorney, but it depends. It depends on what the nature of the issue is. We could go through any number of different examples of performance and conduct that would be defined as major discipline. And then Abby, as well as anybody, could walk you through, how that is handled.
But if
Because
it's a
again, if it's
failure,
a for-cause due process employee, which you were not, you were always an at-will employee or self-employed. It's a different set of we have to actually go through what's called due process, because believe it or not, in California employment law, for-cause due process employees have essentially, in quotes, air quotes, property rights to their position. Now, that doesn't mean they can't be held accountable through major discipline or terminated. They can. But it is not as simple as what you were having to deal with, either in the private sector working for an employer, or even more simply working for yourself.
but where I'm going with this is when that failure occurs, especially if it's major,
Mm-hmm.
it then comes back to the board because now we have to make up and find the new source of income or funds in order to fix that
Sure.
screw up.
Sure. So again, if it's something that, matriculates to the board, back to the board in terms of the consequence, the board is likely going to work through the GM to, ensure that the operation doesn't make that mistake again. And and would hope that the GM and staff will do their job in implementing corrective action, whatever that may mean. Again, when you get into the specifics about an individual, though, those are personnel matters and those are confidential.
Right.
And so that's not a very satisfactory answer I'm giving you. I know that. But it is what it is in terms of employment law in California. And so you as a board can't get into the weeds and know in a granular way necessarily what actions were taken on an employee or a group of employees that may have led to an action that regrettably did have a political blowback to it. That is just part of the challenge. Now, I mean, if you had chronic failures and they were just unending, and through feedback, through evaluations with your general manager and staff, you couldn't get there, then you have your one employee, your general manager, to have serious conversations with. I certainly wouldn't let it get to that point, and I'm sure Don wouldn't either, because we all don't wake up in the morning thinking, how can we have our bosses be unhappy? We are very cognizant of that. So, but again, we can't necessarily in a linear way say, okay, board member A, I went to staff member X and we have taken this corrective action. And in fact, we suspended this person for 3 days without pay and put them on a last chance agreement. We can't tell you that.
Oh, and I'm not suggesting
Until or
that.
unless we do terminate that employee with working with the general counsel, we likely can go into closed session on that. Why? Because it's potential litigation, because they may sue. And there's a possibility that you can give a briefing there. But then again, not necessarily. It all depends on the circumstance. So more times than not, like many, many more times than not, you as board members can't and won't and shouldn't be involved in the specific disciplinary actions. In a more broad way, the team should and can coordinate with you, the staff team, corrective actions in a more procedural way that are being taken to correct those mistakes and that they not move forward. So there are ways to still do it, to communicate accountability and corrective actions, but you have to be careful not to weigh into individual personnel matters that are sub-general manager.
Yeah, well, I wasn't even beginning to suggest it would get down into that level.
Sure, but it could.
I'm just
but,
stating
yeah,
a thing that has been a frustration.
just sort of a treetop level concern.
Right.
I get that. Yeah, and again, part of the challenge for us is how do we have those feedback loops with you as staff in a way that still remains employment practices compliant, given the challenges that Don and Abby and the team have to navigate with for cause. There's also layered on top of for cause and due process and HR policies are if there's anything else specified in MOUs, employee MOUs, that have been negotiated in terms of discipline and major discipline and some of those actions. So it gets complicated in the public sector, regrettably, due to things that are way beyond this board's control. These are things that happened, where the state imposed a lot of employment practices, requirements. And unfortunately fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your perspective, California tends to be one of the more employee-friendly states. I'm probably not telling you anything you don't already know, versus, some of the states east of California. So it's just our challenge and our opportunity to have to wade through. But I will tell you, I think a lot of agencies who've been fairly thoughtful and introspective about this, and I'm sure this agency is no exception, have given a lot of thought and care and attention to how to find that right balance to, creating a culture of performance and accountability while having to still respect employee rights that are granted liberally here in California. You guys want to add anything to this? We good? Right. Is it an at-will employee? Is it a for-cause due process employee? Is it a represented employee on top of that? What are the employment law considerations that overlay on top of all of it? So that's why we can't give you a pat answer to your question, but it's a good question, and it's one that has to be looked at on a case-specific basis. Okay. So these were the bad things that happen within a team. Inattention to results, avoidance of accountability, lack of commitment, fear of conflict, absence of trust. So more about effective directors. They hold themselves and the district accountable. They operate ethically and with integrity. They conduct goal-setting exercises to track progress, such as strategic plans, towards mutually and work towards mutually agreed upon goals. They celebrate successes, and they hold themselves responsible for adhering to or operating protocols or codes of conduct, and I understand you have them, so that's good. And as far as celebrating successes, so we also celebrate employee successes, and our board members tend to like seeing our team shine. So a practice is, and this came from an HR master plan that was done at our organization long before I showed up, about 2005. We started doing, through the all hands meetings, rewards and recognitions. And then we would do a summary report and put it on the consent calendar for exceptional performance, exceptional attendance, and exceptional teamwork externally and internally. And our board has told us that they love that report and don't take it away. They don't get a chance to get to know our employees. We have roughly half the employees you do. I think we have like 42. And so there's no way that our board members can know all of our employees. So when they get to see their names and these outstanding attributes that they're engaged with, it just puts a smile on their face, and it really brings a human touch to the whole organization. So that's just something to celebrate successes. And then moving on, effective directors are respectful to each other, the public, and everyone's time. Effective directors use engaging body language to demonstrate respect. Issues are not personalized. The thoughtful dialogue is the objective. Agenda packets are, I'm just going to say they're absorbed, not necessarily read entirely, but absorbed, comprehended ahead of time. And directors, come prepared and have an open mind. Again, it's incumbent upon us as staff to do well built out issues in terms of staff reports and a vetting of the options and a presentation of the options and the recommendation. Respect for varied opinions is demonstrated, and everyone strives to be civil and act with decorum. Further, on to the next slide. Directors stay informed on key issues through any number of different sources. I will tell you right now, it's in today's fractured media environment, balkanized media environment, it's so easy to get slotted, especially with these algorithms, into your own little echo chamber. I have forced myself to break out of my little shell and to listen to folks who absolutely, I totally would out of the gate think that I would disagree with. And it's amazing, even with folks who I totally disagree with, one, it's good to hear what the other side has to say and why they're thinking the way they do. But also, you'd be surprised at how many nuggets come from folks who have very different perspectives and beliefs that I think I would have, where I see some agreement. And instead of just whole cloth saying, well, I'm dismissing this point of view, you cherry pick out issues and you figure out where there's common threads in order to create consensus somewhere in the middle, make policy. And unfortunately, there's been too much polarization and balkanizing of media where we now have to work harder to try to do it. You know, back in the days of legacy media, you know, the big three channels, you know, and Walter Cronkite, you know, and all, you know, I'm old enough to remember Walter Cronkite. And, you know, we had a great amount of trust in the news and the people who delivered the news to us. And those operations were run as financial loss leaders. They never really made any money. But because the market shares were so large for those media outlets, they could afford to do that as essentially a public service. And of course, since those times with the advent of, you know, cable media and then now new media, you know, social media and YouTube and other platforms, web-based platforms, it certainly has changed the environment. So to the point where you really have to now work harder to get the full perspective on issues. And I really encourage all of you to do that, to stretch out beyond your comfort zone and to hear what folks who you just know you would really not agree with, what they have to say, because you would be surprised how many little kernels of here and there can draw inferences and give you a more complete view of an issue and all sides. And and I'm not just talking at state and federal and state level, I'm talking about the local level too, especially with social media.
Just a follow-up comment on that. So you probably read Team of Rivals.
Yes.
Yes. So one of the things I remember from that is Lincoln said something to the effect that I keep my friends close to me, but I keep my enemies even closer.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's some wisdom to that. And I think just more broadly, and I've talked about this at more of an operational level, I am only an effective GM because I don't live in an echo chamber. And I have surrounded myself intentionally with people who are ideate differently than me, have different backgrounds than me, and think differently than me, so that I can make sure I hear all these different perspectives. Because again, if you get too many like-minded people in the room, you get groupthink, and that's how you can crash an airplane real fast. It's good to have different perspectives around the table. And I have definitely taken some different course corrections as a result of things that maybe I didn't want to hear, but I needed to know. And to foster an environment like that with staff, to where they don't just tell you what you want them to tell you, but you foster an environment with them where they tell you that's comfortable, where they can tell you what you need to know to help you stay out of the sand trap. That's the kind of a really high functioning environment that you want to have, we all strive for. But also effective directors gain insights and knowledge on all aspects of governing, from budgets to strategic plans and everything in between. And that's why I really salute Don and the whole team for your Coach's Corner initiative. I think that's outstanding. And of course, I will plug again that CSDA offers lots of broad-based training through the Learn tab on the website. So go visit it, check out what we have to offer. And of course, there's the old adage, God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth, so learning to listen is sometimes more important than learning to give a speech. Fair. That's fair. All right, so now we're gonna get into the fun stuff. This is my favorite part of our journey, and I have to tell you, we're making like really good time here, so I don't think we're gonna have any problem getting to the 1:30 buzzer. So, but I still want to encourage lots of QA and roundtable, and ask me anything. Okay, so now we're going to talk about strategic planning. So each board member should stay focused on the important policy issues, not the administrative day-to-day issues that board employs staff to handle. You know, you got to let the general manager and the GM's team handle those day-to-day issues. Think about the future and understand trends and the needs of the constituents of the district. My gosh, there's so many things to think about as we go forward. On the technology side, with our friend over here running the technology, AI. Already artificial intelligence is percolating its way into the workplace. My engineering director told me the other day that she helped, her staff report was helped, she had AI help write her staff report. And then she edited it and polished it up. I thought, well, fine, good, it's a tool. It's not like you're taking a test. It's not like school. But, you know, the impact of AI is profound. And when we get to AGI, artificial general intelligence, in a few years, and ASI on the heels of AGI, artificial superintelligence, you know, it's going to have a profound impact on how we do things. It's unimaginable what it will do. So staying on top of these trends and these emerging issues is critical, as an example. There are other, I just use that one as an example. But, you know, there are many that are coming down the pike. Keeping our eye on what's going on at the State House all the time in water and wastewater and in local government is obviously critical, because it can have a profound impact on the work that we do and whether or not we have a role to play in helping to shape some of those policy outcomes through legislative advocacy. Do you have a state lobbyist? Okay. So if you don't have one, do you have access to advocacy through your membership, through Aqua and through the wastewater treatment folks? Because you got to keep your eye on those bills. They're coming down the pike all the time. And a lot of times what Metropolitan and Coastal California have to say, who runs a lot of the state legislature, can negatively impact in, you know, Eastern and in Central California.
We're members of Mountain County's Water Resource Association, and we do have a lobbyist, and there's also legislative committee, which I've been on for years. And I mean, I consider myself a minor member, but there's some really good heads on there, and so that helps us here.
You know, staving off unfunded mandates and the continual erosion of local control are two of our greatest missions here, unfortunately. It's playing defense more than it is playing offense, where the state legislature is concerned. It's a real challenge for us. And it's something that regrettably we really have to keep our eye on. You know, this whole thing with the conservation mandates, you know, I don't know what your portfolio looks like. I've shared with you what our portfolio looks like. We are well overwatered. We're one of those rare agencies that has that. So, you know, any kind of conservation mandate is ridiculous to us. And the fact that, you know, all it does is put a greater reliance on a fixed portion of the bill, which hits who? It hits small water users and low income people who don't use a lot of water. It's not fair. And I think it's an unintended consequence that a lot of, you know, policymakers who are largely metropolitan, coastal, and Southern California, who predominate the state legislature, you know, have been pushing and haven't thought all the way through. And then, of course, because of the restrictions associated with Prop 218 generated income, you can't use that money to subsidize customer classes who are low income and senior. Can't do it. You can only use non-218 generated dollars. So that creates yet another challenge to have to navigate, you know, for all of us in terms of the affordability of water. So, you know, one of the agencies I worked for, I just loved this thing that they had. They had a comment, a little phrase in their seal, planning tomorrow's. Are you planning tomorrow's PUD? And I think the answer already I'm getting is yes, you are. And that's good. That's a best practice, because you're thinking about your legacy and how you're going to leave this organization and leave the place better than you found it, and setting up the next generation for success. And, you know, we expressed the concern about, you know, activating, you know, Gen X, you know, millennials and Gen Z, and how can we get them more involved? in the next generation of community leadership. So we'll talk about that in just a few minutes. So moving into the next slide, building alignment. So strategic planning, when it works well, it can bring diverse people in together and builds and maintains alignment. It integrates it. It can. Now, I will share again, this is one model that we use. We integrate it into our annual budget process. Talk a little bit more about that in a minute. We involve key stakeholders. I'm going to talk about that too in just a second. We do use a third-party facilitator. We think that's important to bring somebody in who's neutral to content and who is excellent at making sure that everybody has an equal voice in the process. Because let's face it, in any kind of a setting, whether it's a board setting or an organizational setting, you have introverts, you have extroverts. And you got to make sure that the extroverts don't crowd out the introverts and that the introverts get an opportunity to have a fair turn at the wheel. And, because they have just as much valuable to contribute as an extrovert does. They just think inside. So a good facilitator has to pull it out of them. And so a well-designed strategic planning process that integrates everybody's perspectives to the table results in a better plan. And so that's where bringing in a third-party facilitator is so valuable, a good one. Now, we have a good one in Citrus Heights, but there's many good ones out there that are out there and available for use. As far as stakeholders, again, what I'm sharing with you, there's no one right answer. I'm just going to share with you. This starts to get at the comment about the pulling in the different generations. So, cities, if you're familiar with a city and probably a county too, I would imagine, have sort of a built-in farm league for cultivating and developing community engagement. A lot of cities have like a recreation advisory commission, Parks and Recreation Commission, a transportation commission, and even like a planning commission, which actually has some level of independence from a council, statutory independence from a council, and then the city council. So you can kind of work your way from single ball to AA ball to AAA ball would be the planning commission, on up to major league ball, which would be the council. What do you do with a single or dual purpose special district? Well, in our case, what we did, and again, there's no one right answer. And I think, Ron, you really gave me an aha moment with your comment about the by-district elections as yet another opportunity area for cultivating succession planning and community leadership. So I thank you for that. One way we've done it is when it came to dealing with this major policy issue of life cycle replacement for our aging water mains en masse. We realized with just a 3-member board, but heck, even a 5-member board, that might not be enough stakeholders at the customer level to be involved in such a profound capital and policy decision that has profound policy, capital and financial implications to it. So we put together a customer advisory committee of about over 20 of our customers, and we were very intentional about geographical representation. It was an application process. We wanted a diversity of backgrounds and perspectives. We have people who have banking backgrounds and operational level backgrounds, construction backgrounds, long-standing 50-year-long customers who recently relocated to the district, retirees, folks who are mid-career, and so forth. And when we first put out this application process, we were actually worried we might not get enough, applicants. Wow, did our cup runneth over. We were amazed. Everybody came out of the woodwork. And we didn't turn anybody away per se, because we set it up as public meetings, but we had to turn away a lot of applicants for being on the actual CAC. And then we actually had to go back and create an alternates so that we could expand the tent. Well, we were so successful with that process. We thought, we did it for the desktop study, for the planning study for how to phase cost and fund the replacement of our water mains. But our board was so overwhelmed with the level of engagement, and we used a third-party facilitator to work through that whole process as well, to come up with a strategy that the Customer Advisory Committee ultimately recommended out of like 21 different options to the board, and the board adopted. They said, well, we don't want to let the CAC go. You guys come up with a plan on how to educate them and do a coach's corner type of an academy and approach. And let's draw these people in for community and leadership. And out of that CAC, we got one board member already and one city council member. So it's become a well of potential candidates, including next generation folks, surprisingly, because we marketed it to them too, through Facebook and through places where they would see it on social media. So that's, part of the refinement and continual refinement of our communications and customer engagement strategies, figuring out where and how and what channels of communication, both traditional and digital, in which to engage folks to where they're going to see things. So as it relates to the strategic plan and the planning circle, over the years, our planning circle's gotten bigger and bigger. So we didn't even do strategic planning until 2016. And that just started with the board and, the leadership staff. But then we added on some other key staff members who we thought, have kind of a organization-wide place, a couple of analysts, and who might be potentially groomed for future growth. And then more recently, we've actually invited our customer advisory committee to come to our strategic planning retreat and sit in the planning circle with us. So the planning circle is getting bigger and bigger to the point where we have a big horseshoe now and we need a big room like this room in order to put everybody in the horseshoe. And it's worked out just fine. I have worked in agencies where, the electeds wanted to make sure that they had some different colored dots for dot voting so that their dots meant more than the other dots, the power dots. Thankfully, I work in an organizational setting today that's not like that, but whatever works well for you guys is fine. There's no wrong answer here. And in fact, we've actually eliminated dot voting altogether around items because of trying to reduce confirmation bias. So we now get folks to vote simultaneously for items, which I think is very interesting. It's been very cool to see how that all works. So that's been a refinement of our strategic planning process. And then, moving into the next slide, the basic elements of a strategic plan. Yeah. Oh, yes. In fact, I think we were just about thinking we would anyway. So let's do that. Let's pause for about 10 minutes. That sound good for make sure everybody can get a chance. And we'll come back about 12:50 or so. the wide part challenge here. Just get my good side, that's all. All right, well, we're almost assembled here, just we're making great time through this, these slides, and we're getting to my favorite part of the whole presentation anyway, so.
Excuse me, Hillary. Could we maybe tag on to something that we kind of talked about?
Sure.
And that's, I'm very intrigued by the community advisory committee.
Customer advisory committee,
Customer
yeah.
advisory committee, because
Yeah.
I see it having so many benefits.
Yeah.
One thing in my mind is we're going to have another 218 process.
Right.
And I would
So they
hope-
can become ambassadors.
Right.
That's right. They can help elevate the communication and the messages. They can leverage the board and staff team. And we're still working on how we can optimize their function as ambassadors.
Mhm.
That is absolutely true, in addition to the succession planning for community leadership.
Right.
And of course, many of the folks who are on customer advisory committee are the type who tend to gravitate are the ones who are connected. So when you're talking to them, it's like talking to 50 people because they're either in a soccer club, you know, or they're in a parent teacher something, or a homeowners association, or some other community or nonprofit that they're connected with in the community. So you can really leverage yourself. And it's really important. I know we're actually going to talk more about this in just a few minutes, but about the value and the importance of having a public affairs or a communications and public engagement program, and how it's no longer a side hustle or a nice to have. It's actually core to what you're doing right along with finance and engineering and operations. So
Great.
we'll talk about that more.
And as far as you'd mentioned that you hired a
Third party
facilitator
facilitator to come in.
Because my understanding, we've done community groups for various projects or
Mm-hmm.
like specific things of interest for specific areas, but to have someone or to have a
third party facilitator.
third-party facilitator, or to go to encompass all the districts that we represent. And
right.
Anyway, just
that's very valuable because, again, you know, they're good at process and they're making sure that everybody, you know, gets their points of view across and channeled in a really effective way with time, with clock management, so that meetings don't drag on forever. We actually storyboarded out all of our meetings with them so that we didn't just shoot from the hip. And as we are now moving into the next phase of customer advisory committee, sort of 2.0, past the Project 2030, and just doing a more general Coach's Corner Academy kind of an approach with them, we continue to work with our facilitator, because when we, the staff, come and present, we don't want to look like we're just manipulating or trying to push our point of view.
right.
It does take some of the heat off of us, frankly, to have a third-party facilitator come in to work with them, and for them, and for the facilitator to help with us too, to advise us on how to effectively put our presentations together and to storyboard out our content with the Customer Advisory Committee over the course of the year. So we have 6 meetings per year, approximately every other month, and we plan out all the different content throughout the course of the year. So this coming up shortly, we'll be planning out our 2026 meetings. And actually, one of them that we're going to plan to work on is, you know, how to take your community leadership to the next level. As in, how do you become either an ambassador, or how do you think about yourself as ever stepping forward into the variety of different potential leadership opportunities that are out there. So we will be looking at that this year as we round into the next year, which is an election year. And, you know, candidate filing periods will be in late July to early September. So it's really just around the corner. So it just gives you, and of course you have to work with your attorney on that to make sure you don't broach any FPPC issues. But there are right ways to do that. And there are effective ways to do that, along with more subject matter specific content such as water and wastewater related, and capital and facilities and budgeting, and, you know, all of that stuff that you can do as a kind of a citizens academy.
Great.
Yeah, good stuff. Okay, so now here's the classic structure of a strategic plan, or a strat plan, as we call it. You have, it's like an upside down triangle, like I showed you before. It's a mission. Why does your organization exist? And I know that we know where it is, where it's located. Vision, a guide that describes the agency's desired future. Values tells us what is important about the way that we work and act. And then in the darker color there, you get to the heart of the strategic plan. This is the work program section of the strategic plan. Your 3-year, in our particular case, we use 3-year goals. And then 1-year objectives organized under each of the goals. And we typically try to keep no more than about 3 to 5 goals, 3-year goals that are updated each year and on a rolling basis. And no more than 1 to 5 or 3 to 5 objectives under each goal, because frankly, you have to make sure that it's not too big for your ability to implement. And we actually integrate our strategic planning into our budget process. We actually start our annual budget process with an update of our strategic plan. And I'll talk more about that in just a second. And then again, the work program for the staff comes from many of the elements of the strategic plan, in addition to daily operations, maintenance, and capital. So we assign typically it's a department head as a champion for various goals and different teams under that department head to help implement those objectives under each goal. Because again, as you go further down the organizational chart, the less available is each staff member based on where you are in the rung of the ladder, be able to work on strategic planning items versus daily operations and maintenance. Again, if you're more at that entry to mid-level, you're heavily involved in daily operations, maintenance, and capital. As you get to the mid to high level and higher up, you have relatively a larger percentage of your time available to work on strategic planning. That's generally how the spread works in terms of workflow. That's how it's supposed to work. There's reality, right? And then but that's intentionally, that's the goal. So now we'll see what Carolyn thinks about this next slide. I've been thinking about you as we were getting here. Next slide, please. Aha, this is my visual representation of a budget. So I try to tell stories with pictures. So what is a budget? I'll give you my layperson's, generalist's, non-accountant's definition of a budget. I said it was an implementation action plan. That is what it is. But put another way, a budget, which is that big blob over there to the right on the other side of the equal sign, is really made up of 2 major components. It's ongoing operations, maintenance, and capital, right? That's obvious. But it's also made up of strategic planning items, because a strategic plan is bupkis. It's not worth the paper it's printed on if it isn't resourced or funded, right? It's just a bunch of ideas on a paper. So if you integrate your strategic plan into your budget and you actually institutionalize it into your budget process, this is one approach, you can darn well make sure that you're going to increase your chances for implementing it. And when we talk about resourcing it, we don't necessarily mean that it's all going to just be resourced by in-house staff. You may not have enough in-house staff to implement all the things that you want to do. And by the way, even with blended resources, i.e. in-house staff and consulting resources or business partners to help you elevate or punch up to do things that you otherwise wouldn't be able to do if you were just relying on in-house staff.
I think you got your bubbles backwards.
You think so, huh? You may still be the strat plan may be too big anyway, and then it's okay to have a parking lot. And that's where having a facilitator is important, because you may have a really good idea that you want to implement, but you may not have, your eyes are bigger than your stomach, like going to a buffet. You overload your plate. So it's okay through the strategic plan to distill which items you want to still keep on there, but put in a parking lot so that you keep them and then you revisit them at the appropriate time. But we start our budget process each year by doing a strategic plan update first. And then we go prepare a budget that includes, of course, daily operations, maintenance, and capital. and strategic planning items. And when we go back to workshop number 1 with the board and we present the proposed plan, we show them that X amount of these dollars have been budgeted for that are directly attributable to fund strategic planning items, whether it's in-house and procurement of resources and or allocation of staff resources to do it, direct costs. Or again, hiring consultants and business partners to come in and to plus up the staff, to be able to get things done. So my evaluation includes, you know, how well am I doing on the strategic planning items? Because a big part of my life and my world is charged with what am I working on over and above daily operations and maintenance and capital of the district to help take the district to the next level, which is a primary focus of our board as they look at tomorrow's district, not just today's district. So that's how we do it. Now, a multi-year plan is also very, very valid. And it's the revisiting and resourcing of that multi-year plan that can really bring that multi-year plan as you have to life. So whether you do it as a multi-year approach or you do it as an annual and smoothing approach, like what we do, where it's multi-year, but it's smoothed out every year and updated, both are correct and both can work well. Stop there. Any questions, comments? Carolyn, did I do justice to it? Okay, cool. I didn't pay her to say that, you guys. We didn't talk ahead of time. Thoughts? Seem like it makes sense? So those items that are in the budget, you know, we really call them out to say, you told us back in the strategic plan about 6 to 7 weeks ago, do you want to do X, Y, and Z? We prepared an action plan, i.e. a budget, to implement them and to properly resource those items so that they do get implemented. And then we track them. And it can, like I said, some of the items you have to really assess, are they smart? Are they a 100% specific, measurable, actionable, reasonable, and time bound? Are they 80% smart, kind of a guesstimate? Is it, you know, really only 40% smart because so much of their implementation capability is tied to outside entities or resources or things, phenomena that you don't control. You just have to be aware of that and manage expectations. Okay. Okay, moving on. So more about what effective governance do and governance teams do to put things into action. Next slide. You institutionalize your governance, your effective governance in writing. You do so through written policies, codes, ordinances, resolutions, minute actions, board policies. Do you have the code of conduct policies? Do you have other board policy? Do you have a board policy manual? Okay. And in our case, it was really interesting. It's the first agency I ever worked at. I think it's because I succeeded an engineer who was very detail oriented, liked to document everything. Yes, it did. Well said. We were almost overprescribed, which I had never seen before. Usually we're underprescribed in every other organization I ever worked in terms of board policies and procedures. But in our case, we were like overly prescribed. So we've been revisiting every section of our board policy manual and looking at, you know, what should stay, what should go, what should actually live as a more of an operational level administrative procedure versus a board directed policy. And do we need one? Is it need to be updated because of changes in federal and state law? So we've been going back and revisiting and updating our every section of our board policy manual. And then from that, creating an administrative procedure manual that sits under the footprint of board policy, but that really are more operational level things and create more clarity. And then as you see in that next grouping down, administrative policies, or we call them administrative procedures in our organization. Then sort of the next level down on the hierarchy are standard operating procedures, and then desk manuals. We've had a lot of turnover in our staff due to retirements. We have had the good fortune of having long-standing, long-tenured staff who are now just, you know, ready to retire. And so how do we do that institutional knowledge transfer that's so valuable within organizations? Well, you can do so by documentation. And again, administrative procedures, standard operating procedures, and desk manuals, which go right down to the individual, like customer service rep level. Those are very, very helpful. And they bring to life your core belief statements, your credos, and your norms. And again, just continuing on to the next slide. So more about documentation, handbooks and manuals, setting expectation, increasing accountability, and promote transparency. Consider, your board participation, your length, your tone, and your agreement to follow. And we talked about rules of orders. Looks like you guys are already ahead of the curve with Rosenberg's rules. And then, as far as what to document, on to the next slide. To create policies, norms, credos, and core beliefs, consider what keeps you up at night. Is there a problem with the board that is upsetting you? Excessively long meetings? Micromanaging, inadequate deliberation? Is there a news story that's got you worried? Another district got into trouble for something. Go to your policies. Do they cover it? Are they being enforced? Do you need more or less? Develop the policies and documentation needed to pass off decisions for staff to implement. And when it comes to writing the policy, the norm, the credo, the core belief, and the statements, for each example, identify if a policy or agreement is needed by asking if that issue is a problem or a concern. For each area of concern, ask if a policy or agreement is needed. If a new policy or agreement is needed, agree about the core points and decide where it will be memorialized. Is it a policy? Is it a norm, etc.? It is usually best to have staff or I should say, not just legal counsel draft it for later review by the board. Remember, spend a little bit of money up front with the lawyer, because if you don't, you could spend a whole lot more money on the back end. So, to continue on, to create internal policies, norms, credos, core beliefs, and statements through a workshop, work your way through questions like, 1, what processes do we need to spend time discussing? 2, how do we want to do business as a team? What protocols should we establish to support effective governance, including during public meetings? What agreements would help us relate effectively to each other? What does the board need from the general manager? And what does the general manager need from the board in order to carry out his or her responsibilities? And to create external policies, norms, credos, core beliefs, and statements through a workshop, start with questions like, how do we want to be perceived by the community? How should we act towards each other and others in order to be perceived this way, in order to live our unity purpose? And what norms do we need to adopt in order to do this? Now we get to some of the fun stuff, Dawn, because it's all about you. How do we hire a general manager? You hire a general manager to carry out your policy direction and to maintain an effective board, manager relationship. Here's a news flash. Most city managers and general managers don't actually lose their job due to technical performance considerations. What really happens? The relationship breaks down. That's a lot of what happens when there's a departing of ways. So it's incumbent upon the board and the general manager to learn how to work effectively together to build and maintain a really positive, healthy relationship. So examples of norms for a board manager relationship. Be respectful and agree to disagree at times. Remember, you want to foster a relationship with your general manager where, in this case, he feels comfortable to tell you not necessarily what you want to hear, but what he feels that you need to know. That's what builds real trust. And keep each other informed through good two-way communication. Now, I will tell you, we as chief operating officers, it's incumbent upon us to figure out how to effectively engage with you as a board and as individuals. Each of you is different and has a different style and need and frequency for engagement. So when I was a city manager, I had a council member who was a dental hygienist. And this was in the days before smartphones. You saw a flip phone with a numpad. But the dental hygienist liked to text message. Why? because she was a dental hygienist and she was not available to talk. But in between patients, she could ask me a question or say something to me, and she didn't expect immediate response, but a timely response, but not immediate. And so she wanted me to text. So she forced me basically to start texting. And then again, I was having to use the numpad, but it was what she wanted, and I needed to adapt more than halfway to meet her where she was at. I had another board member who used to call me. This one drove me up the wall, even though I loved him to death. He would call me at 4:50 p.m. every day on my desk phone. I think it was mainly because he wanted to make sure I was in my chair, but I'm not really sure. Of course, these days I don't even have a desk phone anymore. I'm like, get rid of that thing. Everything goes right here. But I thought it was pretty funny. But he did not want a long telephone call. He wanted a 5-minute news headlines about what's there. So I did that for him. I had another council member who was a dairyman, and he had his dairy 35 miles outside the city. And so he wanted me to come to him while he was not really milking his cows because it was pretty automated, but hitting the buttons to milk the cows, I guess, and give him the 411. So I did. So you adjust, you, the chief operating officer, adjust to engage in the way that, but the goal is, while you treat your individual elected officials differently, you have to treat them equitably as a whole. Does that make sense? But you got to customize your approach and engagement. So we have to style flex is what we do. And that really is an effective way to communicate, is to sort of know what the other person needs and to figure out how to adapt to meet that person. And that's not just for board to general managers. That's leadership staff with staff, and leadership and staff with each other too. We're all style flexing with each other if we're good at it. Yeah.
Don't you think it works the other way too, though?
Oh, sure. Hopefully
mean,
it does. It didn't always for me.
Well,
but
I was gonna say, because
yeah,
I've seen some board members in the past that don't respect the
sure,
GM's weekend,
sure,
evenings,
right,
anything like that.
right. And we've all been there. So, I had a city manager once who I worked for when I was the assistant city manager, and he would say very sort of cheekishly, tongue in cheek, I'm training my council members on this issue about not calling after hours and what's critical versus what is can wait. So there is some acclimation period for a GM with a new council member to try to figure out how to get there. Can we always get there? Not always, but we do the best we can to try to do that. So that we too, chief operating officers can have some semblance of a job-life balance. And I appreciate that consideration. But at the end of the day, we have to figure out as GMs and CMs and leaders in the organization, how we style flex to try to get to meet your needs as best as possible. And then to do so in a way that still results in equity across all 5 or 3 in my case of the board. One of the things I did as a sort of a leveler up until about 2 years ago was we would issue an FYI report that was a fairly granular operational briefing in writing about midpoint between the board meetings. We only have one scheduled board meeting per month, and more when we need to. But our board got to a point where they're like, yeah, no, we're good. You don't need to do this anymore. So they initiated and said, we don't need to do an FYI report anymore. So we said, okay, but if ever they asked us to do it again, we would. And that way then, if for some reason there is a gap in communication between the staff and the electeds, there is a catch-all there. So that's why we did the FYI report. But I will tell you, it's a lot of work to get one set up and to maintain it. And the board showed mercy on us and said, nope, we're good. We don't need this anymore. There's enough free flow of information that we're good with where we're at. But it really depends on the situation as to whether or not you do something like that. It's an option. So again, in terms of the GM and board relationship, again, foster a relationship with your GM where he or she feels comfortable to be able to share not always what you want to hear, but what they feel that you really need to know, because then they're really doing justice to you, by you. Keep each other informed through good two-way communications. Remember, no micromanaging. You are a policymaker. Depend on staff to provide all viable alternatives and facts to help board make the best possible decision. And the board works through the general manager and as an alternative, you know, communicates with other staff, but always loops the general manager in. That's the approach, if not working through the general manager directly. Next slide. All right, now we're going to give you a window into some of our trade secrets. Don, I'm going to give up the ghost right now. So one of the ways that we talk about leadership, and there's so many different ways to do this. This is just to take the whole style flexing discussion to another level, but more with an operational level view, but to give you a window into leadership at the staff operational level. There are many ways to talk about leadership and management styles. The one that really is stuck in my brain over 30 years was one that was tied to an old black and white movie with Gregory Peck called 12 O'Clock High. Great movie, where they teach six styles of management and leadership. And then you get to watch the movie afterwards and you can see every style of management. It just pops right out throughout the course of the movie. And so it's kind of a fun experience. And it's the one that's really stuck with me. So I would like to share this one with all of you today. So what in effect, the training says is that there are 6 styles of management and engagement. And I'm going to cut short to the chase, which is what the training says is that all 6 of them are valid and can and should be used as appropriate. So we're going to walk through all 6 of them. So you get a sense what the leadership management, the way that they look at the world, which, you know, may take some of the mystery again off of some of the disciplinary and management and accountability measures that you may not see at your level, but that you could rest assured an effectively managed organization to which you have is these things are happening. So one style of management is coercive. It's called coercive, which is do it my way. And that's reserved for life-threatening and emergency situations when you don't have the time or the luxury to, you know, try to make this a committee decision. At the end of the day, Don is accountable, or if it's a situation where it's on site and Eric is the overriding manager, you know, with an operational issue, has to make some quick calls with his team. So coercive, do it my way. Authoritative, do it my way, but here's why. But leave no doubt as to who is in charge. Now, the way that the training works with this is they say, authoritative is a very valid style of management, but don't overuse it because you will get a staff revolt on your hands and you won't build and maintain positive working relationships. But to lightly sprinkle it in, absolutely. There are times when you need to be authoritative. Pace setter, this is my least favorite style of management. I'll do it myself. If you're not delegating to your team, number one, you're not effectively managing resources in terms of workload and workload distribution. But moreover, you're doing your team no favors because you're not empowering them and engaging them in the work to be stakeholders, and you're not growing and preparing the next generation of staff. So a pace setter, an organization that has a pace setter style of management where, you know, I'll do it myself, effectively that manager becomes a choke point for things to get done. And you're stifling institutional knowledge transfer and growth. And ultimately what it results in is staff working 1 to 2 plus levels below where they should be in the organization in terms of the work that they're actually doing based upon the classification that they have. So, you know, if you over delegate, that can be a problem. But if you under delegate as a pace setter would, that's even a bigger problem. Then there's affiliative style of management. How can we do this together? Small d, democratic. What can we do to have a more participative style of management? And my favorite, coaching, which is developmental, and helping to prepare the next generation. And what the training ultimately says is if you have 3 dominant styles, all 6 are applicable and should be used, and you should style flex based on situation and need. But democratic and coaching, along with a light authoritative, are the very most effective styles of management when there's sort of an opportunity to not have to react to a different situation calling for a different style of management. Questions or comments?
Repeat your last comment.
Well, the coaching, democratic, and very lightly authoritative are the preferred management styles as a natural fallback. You have to use all 6, but as a default, coaching, democratic, and lightly authoritative are the most effective styles of management to combine all 3. And again, just moving further into style flexing, we just talked about, into the next slide, we talked about creating equity in how we treat folks doesn't mean treat people the same. We talked about that. So, you know, just to amplify the point made earlier, each board member has different needs and communication styles and preferences, and some things that things change over time, such as time and capacity and bandwidth, expertise, level of interest, and leadership style. Now, how many of you are familiar with DISC or Myers-Briggs? Yes. All right. So generally, board members tend not to want to do this, so we don't push it too hard, but we certainly do it at the staff level where we try to assess. It's sort of like, you know, what's your color? Are you a fall or a spring? You know, are you an introvert? Are you a high introvert? Are you an extrovert? Are you an uber extrovert? Or are you kind of in the middle? You know, how do you ideate? What drives you as an individual? And the more that we know about ourselves and the more that we can explain, you know, and show to each other, the better that the rest of us can figure out how to style flex with each other and meet each other where we need to meet each other. So an approach I would take with, you know, my engineering director might be very different than the approach that I take with my public affairs director. Who do you want to bet's the introvert in that one? Who do you want to bet's the extrovert? Yeah, they're extroverted. That's right. Now, it's interesting. We're creating 2 analyst positions under that public affairs position. And one is a straight comms and communications person. And the other one is more handling the grants and intergovernmental affairs and rebate programs for water efficiency. So you can imagine that second policy analyst is going to be a spreadsheet jockey and an introvert. And the other one's going to be an uber extrovert because they're a people person. But anyway, it's good to know all these different styles because we're all something. And so DISC, which is an acronym, and Myers-Briggs are 2 very standard, well-known industry measures for this sort of personality typing. And I think if all of you have worked with each other long enough, you probably know whether or not somebody's an introvert or an extrovert, I'll bet. And that would inform you on how you'd want to engage with that person in an effective way. So that's just the point of style flexing. Next one. It says ED, which stands for Executive Director, but actually it should say GM Performance Evaluations. Because some of the districts I visit with we have it as a CEO, as the Executive Director is the title. So highlights. In terms of evaluations, what was unique this year? What is on deck for the remainder of the contract or in the next year? Share progress and focus on areas where there's real consequence. What is important behind the scenes? Now, I will advocate a best practice for your consideration. We have, with my evaluation and many of my colleagues' evaluations, used a third-party facilitator. Why do we do that? A couple reasons. One is most board members and elected officials are not HR specialists. They're generalists, or they have come from different walks of life, and they are not particularly tuned into HR and or HR in the public sector, and in particularly executive level evaluation and compensation related issues. And so where a facilitator comes in is they are good at that, the good ones who are out there, and there's several that are out there. But they also, just to this other point about the use of a third-party facilitator, they make sure that every board member has a voice in this process, including the most introverted of board members and the most extroverted, and that they all have an equal playing field in participating for a well-designed evaluation process. So if you're not using a third-party facilitator, I would strongly advocate that you think about using one. It's been incredibly effective. It also takes all the awkwardness out of the interrelationships among board members and between board members and your hire. When it comes to evaluation, it really smooths out the process and professionalizes it.
So that facilitator would be outside of the organization,
You bet. Importantly
not
so.
inside.
Correct, importantly so. Because you don't want bias. You want somebody who's neutral to come in and to be able to look at everything objectively, all the data points objectively, quantitative and qualitative data points, and the input, and is designed and is trained to work with each of you as elected officials to make sure that your feedback and evaluation is meaningful, legally compliant, impactful, on point, and integrated with all the other board members so that the body is properly evaluating your direct report, and that there retains a strict confidentiality to the process, as there should be. So there's several folks who are, I would say, are retired chief operating officers within local government who are doing this kind of work, and there are many good ones out there. And should there be ever interest in looking at that, we certainly can provide some referrals.
Question?
Yeah.
I've only been involved in 2 GM performance reviews, and we soon to have a 3rd one. Has the district ever had an outside facilitator for this process?
I've only been a part of 3,
Okay.
so I wouldn't know what the other general managers have gone through,
Yeah.
but
For all the years I've been involved, no.
Okay.
And it's, until recently, was always done just with the board. Period.
And there's no time like the present to revisit the issue. But I really strongly advocate, because it takes a lot of pressure off you guys too, as individual board members and as a board collectively, because a good facilitator will, coordinating with the team, keep everything on track and on schedule. And it becomes cyclical, and it's not like, oh, it's drudgery. I got to do it again. To go through this, running the gauntlet thing again. They will work with you, and they really demystify and make the process easy. And frankly, it can be enjoyable and meaningful. It's really important. It's important for your GM. He wants to know, in this case, it's a he. They want to know from their board as a body effectively what things are going well and what things do we need to continue to take to the next level. We certainly want that feedback just as much as any employee wants a feedback from a supervisor. And it's a more challenging when it's a body of folks who have come from different backgrounds and perspectives than if it's just one supervisor. Heck, it's hard enough with one supervisor, let alone 3 to 5. Think about that. So that's where bringing in a facilitator to design a well-designed process and to execute on that process. And the one that I use also has an admin person, so they take care of all of the paperwork too, which is very, very helpful, which I know our team appreciates. So
You mentioned probably half a dozen times about the importance of having an outside facilitator.
Yep.
So one thing that comes to mind when we talk about that is the cost and expense of that.
Sure. And this is where, again, you can be penny wise and pound foolish. I have found that making the investment with a facilitator pays dividends. You can't look at the ROI in 1 year. You have to look at it over the long term, 3 to 5 year in an ROI, the return on the investment. You can't look at it like myopically. If you do, you'll never get over the hump. It probably costs around $20,000 to $25,000 a year to evaluate the general manager. But I will tell you, that's money well spent, because if it goes wrong, it's going to cost you a lot more to replace that general manager and to separate from that general manager and or the downstream influences or negative impacts than if you don't put the investment. You put the investment on other things, your human resources are your most single valuable asset, not just a pipe in the ground or many pipes. So it's something for you to think about. A good facilitator can really help a complicated evaluation process go very smoothly and professionally and be effective. You want it to be effective. If you're going to spend the time evaluating, you want to make sure you get impact and results.
So in your opinion, it's a good expenditure of ratepayer
It
dollars?
most certainly is, because to have the instability and the breakdown of relationships between and among board members, board member relationships can break down over these things too, by the way. I've seen that too. So a lot of things can go wrong. So it's something for you all to think about and research. But you know, this is another one of those pay me a little bit now or pay you a lot more later kind of a scenarios for you to think about. And it's for it. You invest in your staff. You want to invest in a process to make sure that you are working well, because it's not only just your relationship with the board, it's your with your employee. It's your relationship with each other through this process and how you feel good about working together as a team, just like you do through strategic planning. This is the other really important one that you do every year: strategic planning, budget, and general manager evaluation. One of the most important things that you do. One of the few things you're actually charged in doing. So why wouldn't you resource yourself to make sure that you have the resources necessary to do your job effectively? That's my pitch. Okay. And of course, when you're looking at the evaluation of your GM, how many of these items that have been tasked by your GM are SMART, S-M-A-R-T? Are they fully within the authority and control of your GM and staff, or are they also reliant on outside things happening? So you have to give that some consideration too as you go through your evaluation. And then of course, the other thing is you retain and maintain your relationship with legal counsel, right? That's the other officer who you report to. Now, typically, do you do an evaluation for legal counsel? Typically not. They're usually contractors. But what I would say is this, is that again, they work so closely with and collaboratively with the staff. If there are performance and or relationship issue breakdowns, they will percolate back to the board through the general manager and staff. Is it possible that they could really screw up to where it's even just beyond any communications from staff? Yeah, and it's obvious, and you'll see it. You'll know it when you see it. So we say here that they, in this case, as I understand it, they do report to the board, but in effect, they work with the staff, and that's very traditional. And should work collaboratively with the staff. And again, we at the staff level do work with the attorney. Again, yes, we do spend some dollars with the attorney on the front end, but it saves you a lot of money on the back end. And you produce a much better, more vetted work product when you do that. And then now we're going to get to one of Abby's favorite topics. We engage with the wider community. Because we remember that this enterprise, it belongs to the public. You understand the public's needs and wants. You understand where the district is not meeting the public's needs, and you communicate what you're doing to meet those needs and progress that you're making or not, and why. And you try to understand those you may not know, may not agree with, and or may not like. So when I started, and I know we're getting close to time here, but we're also close to the end. When I started in local government in the mid-90s, again, public engagement and communications was sort of a side hustle. It was sort of a nice to have. If it was happening at all proactively, it was on a case-specific basis, but it was mostly reactive. In our media landscape, in terms of where we are today, where everything is so decentralized and there's very little left in the way of legacy media. I have come to the conclusion, and I think so many other public agencies have, either we tell our story to our customers or somebody else is going to tell our story for us, who may or may not have all the information, likely doesn't, and may or may not have the best of intentions, oftentimes doesn't, because they're more interested in mouse clicks and clickbait than they are telling a complete or accurate story. So we have had to make the shift, a paradigm shift over the last, few decades, to going from a reactive model to much more of a proactive ownership model of communication and public engagement. There are other fringe benefits too, as you pointed out, about how do we cultivate, the next generation. So a really effective, customer engagement program not only can help educate and communicate customers, but it can help engage with customers in a way that builds support for the work that you're doing, the expenditures that you're making, and to prepare the next generation of community leadership, board and community leadership level succession planning. So there's so many different ways to engage. We've talked about a few. Yet another way, and here again, it involves the expenditure of dollars, but it can yield a lot of very valuable data, is market research. So about every other year, our board has given us direction to bring in a market research company to do a survey of our customers. And by doing that, it generates statistically significant survey results, because a lot of the feedback that you get is anecdotal. And it's not unhelpful. It certainly is helpful, but it's not scientifically data-driven. And you really can, within a margin of error, 3 to 5%, if you develop a very well thought out survey instrument and you use a professional market research company, you can get very valuable data that can help inform you on what you ought to be working with and working on, and how you should be spending your dollars. And what's the assessment by your customer base about what you're working on, and how well educated are they about what you're working on, so that you can try to figure out how to make decisions at the policy and leadership level about how to work on various things. So as an example, a few years ago, we did a market research, and we found out that it was like 3/4 of our customers didn't realize we weren't a department of the city, because the city of Citrus Heights and Citrus Heights Water District have such similar names. And so we thought, wow, we got a lot of work to do in that area. So we've been working on how to figure out how to explain and educate our customers that we are an independent water district. We're your independent water district, and we're ratepayer funded. And here's what we do versus what the city does. But we would not have thought to do that if we didn't have that kind of data. We also, have a satisfaction survey to get a sense for, even though we've been doing rate adjustments literally every year, save one in the last 10 years that I've been at the district, how are we doing in terms of our favorability? Well, we've been doing very well. We're at about 76% right now with a very small margin of error. And we've been raising rates almost every year. How have we been able to do that? Well, because we've done an excellent job at telling our story. And when we do a 218, we don't just do a little legal notice. We do a 4-color or 4 or 6 page newsletter where it explains where we've been, where we are proposing to go, and why. We explain the impact of the rates. We show how we sit in terms of the regional average. And we've been able to do that, and we still have all the legally required stuff that a 218, mailer would have. But I think by doing that, we've staved off a lot of protest letters. We've never had more. I think now we have 20,320 customers, something like that. We've never had more than 49 letters. And in most of the last few years, it's been somewhere around 5 to 10 letters. And that's in a very suburban, highly populated district. Again, we saturate our customers with communication through traditional channels of communication and digital. We're hitting them everywhere. And then now we're doing the customer advisory committee. And we're working on branding and, even more. And we're working on bolstering our grants too, so we can tell our story to our board member about the fact that we're doing everything we can to find as much non-ratepayer revenue as we possibly can. And in fact, we just did a big groundbreaking with our local congressman who gave us marshaled over $2 million over 2 rounds of congressional funding of earmarks for our 2 ASR wells. And we'll continue to do that. We have a federal lobbyist. Again, the ROI on those federal lobbyists, you can't look at those or state lobbyists over a 1 to 2 year period. You got to look 3 to 5+ years. You got to build up the practice. And you got to go back to DC every year. We go back with the Aqua Conference, and then we go visit the Capitol Hill and pay homage to our congressman. We're not above brown nosing.
Could you please repeat that, that you said about outside funding sources?
How critically important it is that we make the uber effort to go after them so that we can defray ratepayer money. Now,
Thank you. That's what I wanted.
you bet, but you got to spend money to make money. So we spend money on a state lobbyist. We spend money on a federal lobbyist. We have staffing resources, which are soft costs, allocated to go after those monies. So you have to spend money to make money. And that's the key. And you have to look at what capacity you have on staff to be able to support that work. And if there's a gap there, you got to fund it. You got to resource it. So you have to be willing to spend some dollars up front, whether it's a third-party facilitator for customer advisory committee or a general manager evaluation or going after non-ratepayer dollars. Those are not traditionally core expenses that you think about, but they're becoming increasingly critical and defensible in order to leverage the organization to take it to the next level in terms of professionalism, effectiveness, and funding. So those are just some thoughts and some considerations as we talk about these core issues in governance.
Hillary, how much does it cost you per year for one of the lobbyists?
So one of them, we have dirt cheap, and I don't think this is a relatively fair price to share. We spend around 20 to 25K a year, but a typical lobbyist of that type is going to be more like 50 to 75K. We just got lucky because we had a long-standing relationship with the owner of the firm. Probably plan for more like 75 on the outside end. But again, 75 to get 2 million, that's a deal I'll make any day. But you have to think about that it's, stretched over an ROI. But they don't just go after special funding too, Jeff. They also go after help us get programmatic dollars too, and make sure how to effectively plug into various federal and state grant staff in order to do that, in order to be successful in going after those competitive programmatic dollars. So the ROI is there, but you have to be willing to put the dollars up front in order to get the rate of return and to leverage the staff. That's the key. Same with the state. We spend about $80,000 with the state per year. But that puts us in good stead for potentially millions of dollars of grant money, whether it's Prop 4 money this time around or when other monies come. So those are ways to punch up your staff and to punch above your weight as an organization. And it's been very effective for us over the years.
Yeah, just to echo that, I had a conversation with another agency during one of our interactive events. And he just said that they've received, $4, $5, $6 million in grants that they would not have received otherwise. Basically, if you don't have a seat at the table,
that's right,
you're not going to get any of the funds that are dispersed.
That is absolutely correct. In our case, it was 6.6 million for our 2 wells. Same issue. We would not have gotten it had we not had those resources at our command. They were absolutely instrumental in helping us and paid for themselves. And those trips to DC, those aren't play field trips. We're there network and to ask for money and to get educated about what are all of the opportunities that are continuously evolving, whether it's, and of course, with the new federal administration, priorities are changing. How do we change our grant applications? Which pots of money should we be going after in order to pull those dollars down? That's where our federal legislative advocates are helping us because they're DC based. And they're there all the time working for clients like us all day long.
Yeah,
They set up those meetings and they help us have an effective time back there.
we have an excellent relationship with one of our federal representatives, but he philosophically, he's not in favor of earmarks and grants and that kind of thing. So I think we need to consider that.
That's a challenge. So is it possible that working with a legislative advocacy team, your senator can carry something? Yes. And in fact, on one of our earmarks, it was then Senator Feinstein that was instrumental, their office, in helping us to get over the hump with one of the earmarks. So it's not just your local House member, it's also your senator. And look, I'm just going to say it. Those legislative advocacy firms, they are constantly back there working with those congressmen and women and their staff and going to fundraisers and doing all the things that they do. So you got to have a seat at the table that you got to play. You can't do it directly. You got to work through the proper channels.
But not in any way to undermine what you've said about having the need to have federal advocacy or state legislative advocacy. We did 6 years ago or so. We had a couple of them, state and federal.
Mm-hmm.
I think we spent north of $100,000 between them both annually for several years. We didn't, I know that's kind of a small window, but we didn't see much of a return on investment.
ROI, yeah.
Now, on the flip side of that, through the hard work of most of the people at this table, we have secured in the last 5 years, $47 million in grants on a $33 million annual budget.
Programmatic grants. Program grants that are readily, that's outstanding. And your staff is to be commended.
Yeah. So we're very proud of that. And
Absolutely. And also, I would say this, while I present you a point of view, there is no one right way here. And it could also be both. And it could also be that those consulting resources you had were ineffective because there was some performance issues there. Potentially.
I think when we hired those, I remember that they were centered on the possible acquisition of the PG&E Aqua. Weren't they, Abby? I think they were. And so we had them employed for a pretty specific, idea.
Well, I wasn't the general manager at the time that hired. It was under the previous general manager. But I know we worked with them after that general manager left, and it was a lot less about that than other opportunities.
Okay.
And we really had to prod or motivate them to stay on task. And
yeah, and we've had to let go some lobbyists as well who were ineffective. And by no means should I tell you that this is the only way to do it. But I think more broadly, what I would say is whether you're talking about a GM evaluation or you're talking about a strategic plan or your community engagement or outside resources for this or that, you just want to have a really honest look at those issues and try to look at the ROIs on those things and determine what makes sense. There is no one size fits all correct approach here. These are just different.
I think we totally support the idea of having outside help with
yeah, but it has to make sense. And yeah, the ROI has to be there over some period of time. If it's after several years, you're just not seeing any, then you got to make changes, cut bait. And it sounds like you guys did the right thing.
And to chime in, it's a smaller patch, smaller impact, but TC Irwin has also helped us support it and very good return on investment for that.
Very good. So these are just meant to be sort of general ideas specifics to bring some of these ideas to life. In the next slide, again, different ways to engage with the public, hybrid board meetings, in person and virtual. There's a little less of the virtual. Well, you're doing the virtual here with having the streaming. Community surveys, we talked about market research. Those market researches aren't cheap, but they bear a lot of good data and value. Smartphone apps, social media, town hall meetings, customer advisory committee. So we've talked about a lot of those. The next one, I'm just going to do a plug for. We're not gonna play this video, but if you want to, yeah, switch. Okay, just is there a way to pause it? Or is there? It may be too hard. I just wanted to mention. Yeah, there you go. So many of you are familiar with that show on is it HBO Max last week tonight with John Oliver. Whether you agree or disagree with the point of view, the writing is pretty good. And he did one on special districts several years ago, which is here. It's about 14 minutes long. And all you got to do is just go to YouTube and type in John Oliver in special districts, and you will laugh hard. And he is so spot on. His writers did such a good job on this. It does have a little not safe for work, in my opinion, language in there because, you know, it's HBO. But truthfully, it is really, really smart. And just go watch that on your own and have a good time with it. So lastly, monitor, evaluate, and revise for accountability. Finding the right degree of monitoring is difficult. Do too much of it, and you waste time and resources without benefit and risking micromanaging staff. Do too little, and the board loses accountability. The board should focus on results, not on how things are getting done. That's the staff arena. Establish clear outcomes or measures for success. Are they achievable, measurable, strategic, easy to read and understand? And examples of what to monitor, and Carolyn will appreciate this. Financial monitoring, reserves, what type, how much, your audit or your annual comprehensive financial report, financial trends, overall budget, pay-go versus debt, you know, intergenerational equity issues that we talked about earlier, customer affordability, monitor and review the performance of the general manager and the progress of the plan, the priorities and the goals, operations, various metrics, numbers of days responding to public records requests rather. Hopefully you don't get too many of those around here. They can be real-time sucks, so I know all about it. They come and go. Review progress towards meeting mission, goals, and objectives. That's your strategic plan. Ensure meeting legal requirements by hugging your attorney appropriately. Be self-critical and conduct periodic reviews of how you're doing as an organization, which you can do through your strategic planning. Promote ongoing improvement and training to directors and staff. So one of the things I also wanted to mention is we're big believers at our staff of being connected to your professional associations because they are great resources for you, the board. It's through Aqua and the wastewater. Yeah, right, all of them. And for us at staff, for Abby, it could be IPMA, HR, CalPELRA for you. Not for me, but for you. Parma, the risk management and HR folks. Capio for your public engagement for the Public Information Officers Association. And for you, Carolyn, it would probably be GFOA and CSMFO, the Society of Municipal Finance Officers. And do you have purchasing as well? So CAPO, the Purchasing Officers Association. For you, it'd probably be AWWA and Society for Civil Engineers. And for you, Eric, it would be AWWA, I'm guessing, and probably a few others. And then Don, you and I, we have all of the above and then some that we can draw upon, including ICMA, the International City County Management Association, has been a very, very useful group. I think, again, CSDA and Aqua have been providing increasingly valuable resources for leadership staff too. And with that, I'm going to wrap up. I am a little bit behind 1:30, apologize, but lots of material we covered in Ask Me Anything or Q&A.
Wait or now?
What's that?
Q&A later or now?
Now would be it.
Okay. So one concept I've heard in other trainings is the idea of having a general manager with an evergreen agreement.
Yes.
Can you expand on that a little bit?
Sure, and I have one.
Okay.
I think that the limited term agreements are inherently unstable. You know, if you want stability in the organization, an evergreen GM agreement is a preferred alternative, in my opinion, and based on my, decades of experience. Keeping in mind that, a GM is at will. So, they serve at the pleasure. And if they are let go without cause, that is available through that process. There is no need to have a limited term agreement. I really don't understand why they ever came into effect, frankly, at all. Now, I would say this, if there is a set retirement date and you're going to have a retirement and separation agreement, that certainly can be something worth considering because you're doing some succession planning. But other than that, I don't see a scenario where there's a benefit to having a limited term agreement. I think it's actually can be undermining the organization. It creates an instability, inherent instability. And I think what you want to try to have is you want to try to foster a climate of stability, civility, respect, and ongoing teamwork. And that's where I think an evergreen agreement makes sense. It's just more work for you. It's unnecessary. It's my take. Don and I didn't talk about this ahead of time, so I hope I'm not going cross to your point of view on this, Don, but I really think an evergreen agreement is much more
I'm being
inherently
silly, but
stable.
I'm more silver than green anymore.
Yeah, right.
Never silver.
Well said. Salt and pepper, my friend, salt and pepper. But yeah, it's just inherently more stable to have an evergreen. It creates more certainty, which I think folks really are looking for at the staff and operational level too.
Great, thank you.
Ask me anything, no dumb questions.
Well, I kind of like to ask staff if they got anything out of this, because we really didn't hear a whole bunch from you guys.
I'm going last. That was the first one, autocratic or whatever. I told you what to do.
Yeah, this was very, very good. I got a lot out of this.
Did you?
Yeah.
Nugget. More than one.
Same.
Do you like my bubbles?
Nothing to
I drew
report.
bubbles.
I liked his bubbles. I used those same bubbles in my last board presentation.
Ooh,
I mean, the
very like-
content inside was a bit different, but the bubbles I used.
Outstanding. We were kind of ESPN a little bit, weren't we? Good.
No, but I actually did really like the idea of strategic planning for budget. I do like that. So that was a nugget,
Yeah.
I like your target.
or the target that I have.
Yeah, I like those on there too. Good.
Yes, I use them for.
Very good graphics.
Lots of pictures. Thanks, Abby. Appreciate it.
I know I'm getting a signal from Melissa, cut it off, or are you asking me to cut it off? That's the board, that's the board's decision. Great presentation. I'm really happy you took the time to come up here and spend this time with us. I do have a lot more questions than we have time for. But just to kind of a coach's thing, our story is long, colorful, historic, sometimes checkered, right? How we got here, how we're here today. And so having for me, having a 1-year strategic planning session seems odd because, like I said in the beginning, a lot of the things that we're endeavoring to accomplish will take decades to do.
Oh, sure.
And so those are the overarching goals that in some years you can make progress more than others, but yet you want to have a suite of projects and things to work on when these projects are idle for whatever reason. So I'd be interested to hear more about the annual strategic planning,
Sure.
what that involves.
Well, I will just tell you this, because we're, even more of a single purpose special district than you're a dual purpose, is that many of these I find here versus say a city even that I've worked in, cities that I worked in, there's a lot of carryover. But again, a lot of time by looking annually, things have changed even within those various tasks that are continuing from year to year. And so there's a redirection or a update, if you will, and then a connection to, okay, how do we resource, make sure that the item this year is getting funded in the right, or in the coming year is going to be funded in the right way. It's that connectivity back to the budget, to the operating and capital budget.
I see.
That helps. It's not that necessarily those multi-year programs are necessarily going away and new ones are coming in. They're being carried over and revised and then resourced year over year. It's a smoothing approach.
Okay.
So there are a lot of carryovers in ours too. You know, there's always going to be a Project 2030 water main replacement program in some incarnation, goal and objectives. That's ongoing. There's going to be various things that come out of the water distribution system master plan that will find their way into the strategic plan and be implemented and may carry over year, but they will be refined year over year. We will look at what we did this year. Where are we now? Where are we going next year at the retreat? And how are we going to develop an expenditure plan for the coming year to fund it?
That was helpful. And then I feel like a lot of us have this clear in our head, but could you, for the whole group, in your words, explain the fundamental difference between a very important strategic plan and a capital improvement plan? They're two separate things.
Sure. Well, a capital improvement plan, first of all, an annual capital improvement plan is your work program for your capital projects that will be in your budget. Some of those capital items may be strategic in nature because they are so impactful and so big and so consequential that you'll determine that they really need to be amplified in a strategic plan because they really will, once built, help move your organization and its service delivery to the next level and for the future. So it will be in the capital plan, but it will also have merit to be in your strategic plan. On the other hand, if you have $2 million in water main replacements that you do every year, that isn't necessarily taking your organization to the next level. It's ongoing capital. May be driven by a strategically driven document like your water distribution system master plan, which is a strategic planning item for sure. It's a kind of a once in a generation blueprint. It's like your city's general plan, but for your water distribution system. But you know, the implementation of that master plan in and of itself isn't necessarily strategic. Those are things that are going to be in your capital plan. And again, as you saw on that budget slide with the bubbles, you have can you go back to that budget slide? I think it's let's see here, slide number 65. Yeah. Again, the capital budget is in that middle bubble, right? So the bulk of your total budget, your total annual budget, is your ongoing operations, maintenance, and capital, that middle bubble. But then there's also, stand apart, those strategic planning items that we call out, we pull out. Now, some of those are capital items and some of those might be management studies, professional services type work. So it just depends on what type of thing that they would be. But anything not capital is going to be operations, right? That's your personnel and your non-personnel O&M. And reserves, transfers to reserves, which hopefully you're doing a lot of. And then your treasury stuff that you're doing. Here's another, oh, by the way, here's another one. We use an investment consultant because they pay for themselves. You pay them and they make you money. By using an investment consultant, our treasury team has, along with the interest rates going up, the coalescence of the two, we now have a 4x rate of return on our investment, our non-ratepayer revenue, investment revenue, over where we started from before we hired on an investment consultant. So there's another example of where you bring in a business partner in, you spend a little bit of money up front, but you get a big ROI for it.
So one thing that's kind of related to the strategic planning items budget-wise, again, going back to the
facilitator?
You mentioned many times about facilitators. So, and we're very conscious of dollars and cents.
Sure.
But we don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish.
Right.
So just from could you give us a got just a rough idea how much you as an organization spend in consulting and outside
I think
help
it's,
fees?
well, I can't give you an aggregate number.
I mean, is it like 100,000?
Oh, no, it's.
Half a million?
Oh, no, it's north. It's north of that when you add up all the engineering
Uh-huh.
and the, when you do the engine, we have a $30 million budget. So we only have 42 staff. Actually, we only have 40 right now. We're going to hire 2. There's no way we could do everything that we do if we didn't plus up and plus back down. What's nice about using, you have a core staff, it's a blended model. You look at it as a blended staffing model. Instead of being fixated on this consultant or that consultant, you look at what are you trying to accomplish? How do you get there? And how do you do so in a way that blends core in-house ongoing operational expenses? And of course, some of them here are represented, so just keep that in mind, versus flexing up and getting work done and flexing back down. And that's where use of business partners in stable relationships where you pay for what you only use and then you don't pay for what you don't use can be very beneficial as a supplement, not as a replacement to staff, but as a supplement to plus up. And then we have perfected use of an agreement template for, particularly for professional services. It's a master services agreement, an evergreen agreement where the board adopts the evergreen agreement and then we can issue task orders. And a task order can be either based on a project budget approach, which is a scope of work, schedule, and a budget, and a not to exceed amount, or it may be an hourly billable amount based upon the nature of the work that is being done. So there's a lot of flexibility there for us to be able to do that. That allows us to punch up above our weight as an organization. We could not do what we do if we didn't have a blended staffing model like that. Well, I want to say your questions were fantastic and they were really on point. And I think all of the experience that you have brought to the table and with each other and your staff, you really should pat yourselves on the back. And for bringing folks like us in to do some of these refresher type courses, and I know a lot of this stuff was refresher for you, is outstanding. It goes a long way to show what a level of commitment that you have towards each other and to the quality of the work that you're doing in this community. And it's been absolute pleasure to be here today. And I'm certainly through Don and Abby available for any follow-up questions that you may have.
So you beat me to the punch. Thank you very much for coming and for all your expertise and information and all that. But really, I wanted to thank Abby for having brought this before Jim, Perkins, and myself, and then forging ahead on this. I think it's, I don't know, excuse me, I'm really proud of Tuolumne Utilities District as a whole. I mean, I think we're really working together. And this is, all the years I've been involved in this, this is the best it's ever been. I hope we can continue it on. So anyway, thank you to everybody. But thanks for bringing it up. So with that, I guess we